It is straight up 5 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories, a traffic report, and a weather forecast are upcoming. Well, we have learned the cause of death, the sudden death of longtime Senator Lindsey Graham. The South Carolina Republican, one of the most powerful lawmakers in D.C., died from cardiovascular disease. ABC's congressional correspondent Jay O'Brien reports.
Flags lowered to half staff at the White House and the Capitol. Washington, D.C. EMS dispatched to Graham's home on Saturday night for a man in apparent cardiac arrest. Graham's office sharing the preliminary findings from the medical examiner, showing the senator died from a ruptured aorta stemming from heart disease. It came just hours after Graham returned from Ukraine. He had just turned 71 years old on Thursday.
Well, now the sudden death of Mr. Graham now means a replacement must be chosen. For that story, here's ABC's Olivia Rubin.
South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster now facing that difficult task of filling the Senate seat Graham commanded for more than 2 decades. President Trump saying he has someone in mind. The governor's pick will only finish out Graham's current term, state law mandating a special election to replace him on the ballot in November when he was up for re-election.
And as I'm sure you know, there's been concern over the health of another powerful Republican senator. That would be Mitch McConnell. Well, we finally hear from his office. Here's Wayne Cabot.
McConnell finally broke his silence in a statement that included a photo of him holding the current edition of the Washington Post, perhaps to put to rest conspiracy theories. He's now in a rehab facility after being in the hospital since June 11th with an undisclosed medical diagnosis. He says he's been private because, as he put it, folks of my generation often hesitate to share the vulnerability that comes with growing older. He's 84 and now says he suffered a fall last month. It left him briefly unconscious.
We now turn to the market numbers report for early this morning. We, of course, thank our friends at Beacon Capital Management. They are online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Stock futures point to a lower start to the week after the major averages posted gains to close out last week. The Dow on Friday rose 150 points to end the session at 52,637. The Nasdaq headed 0.3%, the S&P 0.4. Renewed fighting between the U.S. and Iran has oil prices rising again. World benchmark Brent crude was approaching $79 a barrel overnight. Gasoline is up about 8 cents a gallon in the past week, according to AAA. Apple is accusing OpenAI of stealing trade secrets. In a new federal lawsuit, the tech giant claims the artificial intelligence company and its chief hardware officer had a coordinated plan to get hold of confidential details about future Apple products. Big blue buildings will soon pop up in more U.S. locations. IKEA tells USA Today that it plans to break ground on 6 new home goods stores before the end of the year. Of the company's 500 stores worldwide, only about 50 are in the U.S.
Now let's take a look at the stock futures before the opening bell, if I can talk. The Dow is up 28, the S&P's down 20, the Nasdaq, it's down to 73. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather coming up. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Our first report of the morning at 5 minutes past 5 a.m. Looking all clear. No accidents or breakdowns thus far this morning. I'm Jay Harper.
.506 Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather goes, I'm showing, Jay, I don't know what you have, but as far as weather goes, I'm showing possible rain by this afternoon, high of about 85. That's what I've got. And we'll continue to monitor the weather here on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis, and appreciate you joining us here for a Monday, July 13th. The last thing when I left the airwaves on Friday was that I'd be talking about Lindsey Graham dead, Mitch McConnell alive. But here we are, and just shocking when we all woke up on Sunday morning, Lindsey Graham dead at the age of 71. He just arrived back home from Ukraine. So in this segment, I'm going to talk about that journey that you have to take to get from Washington, D.C. all the way to Ukraine and back. So number one, first thing I thought of, and most of you folks know this is true with you as well, first thing I thought of was that the Iranians or the Russians or somebody got to Lindsey Graham. That was the first thing that I thought. So that's number one. Number two, it is astonishing all of the people that are talking about, the last phone calls, the last conversations that they had with Lindsey Graham. We'll get into what Donald Trump said. And of course, it wouldn't be a complete story of a conservative or a Republican dying without, of course, all of the nasty celebrations coming from people on the left. So with that, let's get to it. Lindsey Graham said that he was very tired to Donald Trump. He had made several phone calls and was scheduled to be on some Sunday morning talk shows, as a matter of fact. And he complained about not feeling well. Saturday night, about 7:30 our time, he started complaining of feeling chest pains. Next thing you know, not sure who it was, but somebody was calling 911. This is some of that audio.
In a small 717 response, chest pains, South Capitol Street, Southeast.
So the paramedics arrived, but they couldn't get in. Not only was the door locked, but Lindsey Graham's door was actually deadbolted.
I just sent the communications for a call back. You have open the front door.
Her copy, same. I have a call back 2032. I just had a call to say she's not in the home. She says the door is unlocked.
Deadbolt is secured.
So they couldn't get in. They had to wait for police to come in. Apparently, it was about 25 minutes between the phone call and them getting in to give CPR to Lindsey Graham. So now they've been reviewing his final hours, as they do. An unidentified person who spoke to Graham said he had complained of not feeling well. That person encouraged him to seek medical attention. He said that he would do it after all of his Sunday morning talk show hits. He was scheduled to be, among other places, meet the press. He then joked, this is his joke, one of the last things Lindsey Graham said to anybody: I can't die now. I still need to do the Russian sanctions, get Iran sorted out, and do Israeli-Saudi normalization. Just a few hours later, he was dead. He was pronounced dead. We all woke up again on Sunday morning to the news that he had died. His official cause of death, this is everywhere. The office of Senator Lindsey Graham said preliminary findings from the medical examiner's office found that Graham suffered from an aortic dissection in which a tear occurs in the inner layer of the main artery. The Mayo Clinic defines an aortic dissection as a tear in the inner layer of the aorta, the body's main artery. It can be fatal if blood rushes through the tear. In Lindsey Graham's case, they say plaque buildup on his heart weakened the aortic walls, causing that tear. So one of the, if not the last people that Lindsey Graham spoke to was Donald Trump. And so the president was on with Kirsten Welker, and he was talking about that final conversation, as the president said, sounds like just before he passed away.
President Trump, thank you for joining us, and my condolences to you.
Well, thank you. He's a tough one to lose. He was great. He was unique in every way, actually.
He was, Mr. President, and I know that we are all just absorbing this news. We are all in shock. Can you tell us, Mr. President, how you received this news and your immediate gut reaction when you heard it?
So what makes it even stranger is that I got a call last night sometime at, the early evening, maybe in the 7s, and he called and he said, we're all set for the Save America Act. He was pushing the Save America Act like crazy. He got back, said he just landed from Ukraine. I said, that's a long trip to make. He said, he sounded a little tired, but perfect, but a little bit tired. Had a right to be. And he was a worker. He was really a worker, but he sounded great, actually. But he actually said he was tired.
So that is President Trump. And you heard him talk about that trip from Ukraine to D.C. So I guess you have to, it's like a 20 to 24 hour trip to get from D.C. to Ukraine. So you have to take a long train ride, then get another long flight. Somebody said, again, it's somewhere between 20 and 24 hours just to get back. I guess that train ride alone is 8 to 10 hours. There's no direct flights from Ukraine to D.C. because of the war, of course. I don't know how long he was in Ukraine, but it was an excruciatingly long trip. People are talking about, well, maybe he was sitting for so long and he had some sort of a clot. But again, they're talking about that situation with the aortic tear. So the President Trump, went on.
But he wanted to pass the Save America Act. And I said, well, we're going to get it done, Lindsey. We're going to get it done. I'll see you soon. We thought maybe we might even meet today. And then that was it. And that was, very around the time. It couldn't have been much longer. It could have been his last call. I don't know exactly, but I got a message about 1 o'clock in the morning from one of the people at his office that he had passed away. I said, I just can't believe it. He was like a member of the family to me. It's very tough, actually. It's amazing.
Mr. President,
he was such an advocate. He was, if he wanted to get something, and he had a unique ability. He was able to deal with Democrats and Republicans. If I had a problem, a real problem, I wouldn't often ask. But if I had a problem with a Democrat, he could work it out. He was a great politician, actually.
So President Trump, of course, they had an incredible relationship. We'll get into some of that, too. But, Lindsey Graham was a great politician. Love him or hate him, he could get stuff done. That's the president, of course, how great Lindsey Graham is. President Trump loved him. A lot of people hated Lindsey Graham. A lot of people called him a warmonger, too much support for Ukraine, too much support for Israel, a lot of money going to the military-industrial complex. He was, though, Lindsey Graham, and Brian Wilson is going to be joining us in the 7 o'clock hour, but Lindsey Graham was huge in the Senate. He could work across the aisle. One of his defining moments was when the Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh was going through the confirmation hearings, and the Democrats, you remember this, the Democrats, disgustingly so, accused him of gang raping and all that other kind of stuff. And Lindsey Graham eviscerated those Democrats. This was, a lot of people saying, Lindsey Graham's finest moment.
If you wanted an FBI investigation, you could have come to us. What you want to do is destroy this guy's life, hold this seat open, and hope you win in 2020. You've said that, not me. You've got nothing to apologize for. When you see Sotomayor and Kagan, tell them that Lindsey said hello, because I voted for them. I would never do to them what you've done to this guy. This is the most unethical sham since I've been in politics. And if you really wanted to know the truth, you sure as hell wouldn't have done what you've done to this guy. Are you a gang rapist?
No.
Now, I will say, and I remember that, I was here, if I'm not mistaken, And when Lindsey Graham went off on the Democrats, they deserved every bit of vitriol that they got, not only from Lindsey Graham, but from a lot of other folks as well. So coming up, the amazing journey of Donald Trump's relationship with Lindsey Graham. We're going to talk about that straight ahead. It is 5:15, time to check the roads on WTN.
Yeah, we do have a crash here this morning that has popped up. This is in Robertson County, I-24 eastbound, right before the Maxey Road exit. That would be Highway 256 at exit 19. I'm Jay Harper.
5:16, Nashville's morning. Did he really? 5:16, Super Talk 99.7. So
temporarily.
During the news, during the quick traffic report, Sam tells me in my ear, Ro Khanna got detained in Israel.
Yeah.
What did he do?
He knowingly entered a military area that's called a CMZ over there. So he said that he was coming to Israel, and Israel's State Department reached out and said, okay, let's get you in contact with people. He totally ignored it, did not communicate with them about his trip or anything, and then shows up with some leftist journalist. And basically the IDF just kind of says, okay, well, you're not going anywhere until we sort out why you're here and who you're going to talk to. And everything that he has come out and said has backfired. He has claimed that they unlawfully held him up, that they did this to him because of his views, blah, 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 blah.
It's the victim Olympics.
Well, and everyone's begging the question, why is a congressman, right, or senator, why are you over there trying to have a conversation about Israeli politics in the first place? Or don't you have constituents at home you represent that you should be concerned about?
Ro Khanna, a congressman from California, and I think that he is one of these guys, loves the clicks and all that other kind of stuff. So,
he posted on Facebook, "You will be sorry." That was 2 days ago, and then the New York Times and some other places are coming out with, "Nobody, you didn't follow any procedure."
All right, Ro Khanna, what a joke. Anyway, all right, moving right along. So, the amazing journey of Donald Trump's relationship with Lindsey Graham. This is a video. And I think we all remember this.
Donald Trump phone wars. It began after Senator Lindsey Graham slammed Trump yesterday on CBS This Morning.
Run for president, but don't be the world's biggest jackass.
Trump came right back at him.
And then I watched this idiot Lindsey Graham on television today, and he calls me a jackass. He's a jackass.
At a campaign stop in Graham's home state of South Carolina on Tuesday, he actually gave out Lindsey Graham's cell phone number.
He's like begging me to help him. And he gave me his number, and I found the card. I wrote the number down. I don't know if it's the right number. Let's try it. 202.
Within moments, Graham's voicemail was full.
Classic.
Lindsey Graham is not available. The mailbox is full and cannot accept any messages at this time.
On Fox and Friends, Trump had this to say about giving out Graham's phone number.
No, I don't regret it. I mean, it seems to have gotten a lot of press, but I don't regret it at all.
So that is, of course, we all remember that. And just going through some of the things that Lindsey Graham has said about Donald Trump. In December 2015, after Trump proposed a temporary ban on Muslims entering the U.S., Graham called him, you ready? A race-baiting, xenophobic religious bigot. He added, tell Donald Trump to go to hell. He also said, I'd rather lose without Donald Trump than try to win with him. In February 2016, Lindsey Graham said, I think Donald Trump is a kook. I think he's crazy. I think he's unfit for office. In May of 2016, he posted a message that became widely quoted. If we nominate Trump, we will get destroyed and we will deserve it. I mean, clearly, Lindsey Graham hated Donald Trump. Graham has said that he could not support Trump because he did not believe Trump had the judgment and the temperament to serve as commander-in-chief. He declined to vote for Donald Trump in the 2016 general election and instead voted for independent candidate Evan McMullin. So, for as much as Lindsey Graham was loved, he was also hated by a lot of folks and a lot of people that supported Donald Trump, which is why many people have said that they suspected foul play in the death of Lindsey Graham. As I stated earlier, he was very pro-Israel. He was very pro-Ukraine, which means that he was hated by Vladimir Putin and hated by Iran as well. One news anchor said on Iranian TV, although it could have been, MS Now. I congratulate the Iranian people on the death of U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham, who has been sent to hell. That was on Iranian TV. But again, I mean, you could hear that on MS Now, couldn't you? Or any number of Democrats. You know that's, if they haven't said it out loud, and I'm sure that there's some that have, then they're saying it behind the scenes. Then you have this story from the New York Post. Defiant Senator Lindsey Graham laughed off Iran putting a bullseye on his head just days before his death. And yeah, that is what they did. If you are watching Super Talk TV, you'll see it here in a little bit that there was a graphic, I guess, and it's a picture of Lindsey Graham, and it's got a bullseye like right on his forehead. And Lindsey Graham says, well, at least it's a good picture of me. So he kind of laughed it off. He did. And one of the things that you can say about Lindsey Graham is that even though he was hated, it didn't really matter to him much. Again, a lot of people loved Lindsey Graham. Now, coming up at 5:35, Sam and yours truly and Jay Harper, only one of the three of us has ever interviewed Lindsey Graham. Numerous times. I can tell you it's not me. Sam, you ever interview Lindsey Graham?
Nope.
All right, so apparently Jay Harper has interviewed Lindsey Graham. Jay, of course, spent many years. I don't know if you're from South Carolina, Jay.
But yeah, I was there for about 15 years, though.
All right, so about 5:35, yep. we're gonna get your opinion on Lindsey Graham, because you'd met him a few times or spoken to him on the phone. So I want to get your opinion on Lindsey Graham.
Sure.
And we'll talk about it. You spent many years in South Carolina. I think you hosted a show out there, as a matter of fact.
That is correct.
All right, so more on the death of Lindsey Graham. Also, oh my gosh, I cannot wait to do this story for you. The red pilling of a black gay female who had nothing but nasty to say about Donald Trump and America, and then she gets red pilled by another gay female. And again, it's all about the Victim Olympics. It is 5:23 on Super Talk 99.7, and Jay Harper has the news coming up at 5:30. Jay.
Yes, sir, Dan. More attacks in Iran overnight. Yeah, that's still in the news, of course. And we will have more on the death of the South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. And also, Dan, a popular Hollywood actor has passed away. We'll have all of that at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis from Super Talk 99.7 WTN and Nashville's Morning News. I'm here with Chris from USS, United Structural Systems. He's checking out my basement, my foundation, my crawl space to see if there's anything wrong. Fingers crossed. All right, so there's good news and there's bad news. The bad news is we found some cracks in my basement wall. The good news, I've got Chris here who's going to walk me through the next steps.
Yes, so unfortunately, your house has been subject to the pressure of the dirt. The hydrostatic pressure, heavy dirt pushes on foundation walls, and you've got a little bit of what we call bowing. So that wall is pushed in a little bit. We have a lifetime warranty solution for that. So we install, usually in a day or two, this can be done in most situations. We install carbon fiber straps, which keep the wall from moving inward at any point in the future. It's a lifetime warranty for anybody that ever owns this house. So it's a quick and routine thing that we do, but it yields some long-lasting benefits.
It's a great selling point if you want to sell your house.
Absolutely. Good thing about our warranties is they're not only transferable, like the contract says, they're automatically transferred when you sell your house. So you don't have to sign any paperwork or even send us an email saying that you sold your house. Warranty would transfer to the next owner.
528, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 W10. Good morning to you, friends. I think I want to do a Daily Dan poll, and it's going to trigger some folks, but that's okay. So here's the prevailing opinion out there regarding the Tennessee governor's primary. You got Marsha Blackburn, right? Doing great. Then you've got Monty Fritz and John Rose. So conversation is, in the primary, if one of these two would drop out, John Rose or Monty Fritz, then the remaining would have a chance to defeat Marsha Blackburn. The problem is that with Fritz and Rose sort of dividing the anti-Blackburn vote, then you'll get Marsha Blackburn as the next governor for the state of Tennessee. So my question is, and let's do it the Daily Dan poll, who would you rather see drop out? Monty Fritz or John Rose? If Monty Fritz drops out, then does that Fritz support go to John Rose, or do those Monty Fritz people stay home? Or conversely, if John Rose drops out, does that John Rose support automatically go to Monty Fritz? Now, I don't think so in either case, because Monty Fritz and John Rose, they are completely different. So I think I think it would be less likely that the Monty Fritz people go to John Rose. Now, I may be wrong on that, so you people let me know on the super text line, 615-737-9986. But you got that, Sam? So Daily Dan poll. Go watch us on YouTube. Yes, watch the radio show on YouTube and take the Daily Dan poll and let me know which one should drop out or which one you believe should drop out, John Rose or Monty Fritz. It's 5:30, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 5:30. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Traffic and weather are coming up. A new wave of attacks on Iran overnight. U.S. officials say that airstrikes hit dozens of targets to weaken Tehran's ability to attack ships in the Strait of Hormuz. The strikes in response to more Iranian attacks on ships on Sunday. We hear now from ABC's Karen Hua.
All of this is pushing oil prices higher. Gas is up an average of 10 cents per gallon in the last week. Analysts say this will be the first weekly rise in gas costs since back in May. Now, before that new round of strikes yesterday, President Trump suggested the U.S. and Iran were close to a deal to move forward with peace talks. The White House insists negotiations will continue.
We are now learning more about the sudden death of longtime Senator Lindsey Graham. The South Carolina Republican, one of the most powerful lawmakers in D.C., passed away from cardiovascular disease. ABC's Jay O'Brien has more.
Flags lowered to half staff at the White House and the Capitol. Washington, D.C. EMS dispatched to Graham's home on Saturday night for a man in apparent cardiac arrest. Graham's office sharing the preliminary findings from the medical examiner, showing the senator died from a ruptured aorta stemming from heart disease. It came just hours after Graham returned from Ukraine. He had just turned 71 years old on Thursday.
And actor Sam Neill has passed away, best known for his role in all of those Jurassic Park movies.
No.
Yeah, man, he was...
Are you kidding me? He was older.
Well, yeah, 78. He starred alongside Sean Connery as well in The Hunt for Red October. He was also in the acclaimed film The Piano. Sophie Flay, she's got more on Mr. Neill.
To millions, he was Dr. Alan Grant.
It's a dinosaur.
The reluctant hero of Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park. Sam Neill, the actor who brought quiet gravity to some of the biggest films of his generation, has died. Born in Northern Ireland and raised in New Zealand, Neill's career spanned more than 50 years. In 2023, he revealed he'd been treated for blood cancer. Earlier this year, Neill revealed that he was cancer-free after a groundbreaking treatment. Sam Neill was 78.
That is the latest news. Boy, just kind of a blah Monday on a whole host of fronts. Anyway, we've got traffic and weather coming up. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. At 5:36 a.m., we have no accidents or breakdowns, but we should point out that all week long throughout the Southeast, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and Tennessee, that Operation Southern Slowdown is in effect. You've got state troopers from all of these states. They're going to be out writing tickets, looking for folks to slow down. So just a little heads up for you. I'm Jay Harper.
.537 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather goes, I'm showing a J. I don't know what you're showing, but we haven't received our official weather forecast from Channel 4?
Yes, correct. 4.
So I should know that. And so, but I'm showing rain maybe starting around 2 o'clock and a high around, 80? Is that what you're saying, Jay?
Yeah, that's pretty close to what I have as well.
Very good. Hey, can somebody call Channel 4, let them know that our show starts at 5? So, Jay, tell me about your experiences with Lindsey Graham.
Well, I was, bureau chief and morning news anchor for the South Carolina Radio Network for a number of years. I was based in Charleston, South Carolina. That's where Lindsey Graham lived. Had an office actually in the bank that I used as well, or in the same building as the bank. But anyway, from a reporter standpoint now, he couldn't have been any more open and agreeable. He was funny. He'd kid around with you. Just a nice guy. I interviewed him in person on a number of occasions, and it got to where, he would recognize me and, hey, Jay, kind of thing. So, I won't sit here and say I knew the man, but from, again, a reporter's perspective, which isn't always the case when dealing with politicians.
Right.
He was affable and agreeable, and, you say, hey, man, can you share a few thoughts with me? Hey, absolutely. The governor of South Carolina at that time was quite the opposite, Nikki Haley. And, so it was refreshing to have a U.S. senator be as open and, as forthcoming and available as he was. So I always enjoyed dealing with the guy.
All right, very good. And when you're in South Carolina, people generally speaking, he was a senator for years and years. And he,
I think,
the thing about
2003.
The thing about Lindsey Graham, dude started out in the state legislature, then as a congressman, then as a senator. He was also an Air Force lawyer.
Right.
Before that, he grew up. So it's amazing the journey of Lindsey Graham, where he started out, his entire family lived in the back of like a bar/diner restaurant kind of a thing. Apparently the entire family lived in one room at the back of the bar or the restaurant. So he came from very humble beginnings.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you say, was in the Air Force and for many years, and actually was, I think, still in the reserve. Or maybe he retired.
He retired as a colonel.
Yeah, in 2015, maybe. I think.
Yeah, he did. He was a full-time Air Force attorney, and then he ended up in the reserves. I think he was part of the National Guard. He eventually retired, as you said, as a colonel. By the way, I have a. Yes.
Well, and to point out one of the things that, everyone wants to call him a warmonger, and I will be one of the first people to say he was definitely trigger happy about certain situations. Net worth only $1.4 million. Been in the Senate since 2003. How many other people can you say that about?
Well, he was one of the poorest members of Congress. Mm-hmm. And here's the other thing, is that as an attorney, and apparently a pretty darn good attorney, he could have made bank. If he wanted to, like some of these people will say, oh, I'm here to serve and all that. And then you look at their net worth, and their net worth is like, $40 million as they've spent.
Rokana.
As they spent many, many, many years in
Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, in Congress. So, but I mean, Lindsey Graham, he could have had a lot more money if he so chose working as an attorney. He did choose to be state lawmaker, congressman, then a senator. So,
yeah, I mean, the guy was so well connected. Can you imagine what he could have made as a lobbyist?
Oh yeah, that's very true. But maybe, Jay, maybe he just liked going to places like Ukraine. Because I hear Ukraine is great no time of the year, actually. By the way, I have a Religion of Peace update. So this is a video. I've got some video here. This is a Muslim woman who is praising be Allah that Lindsey Graham is dead.
I woke up this morning and found out Lindsey Graham is dead. Mitch McConnell is dead.
By the way, Mitch McConnell is not.
There's 2 more that needs to go, if you know what I'm saying. But what a wonderful morning. Praise be Allah.
There you go.
Yeah, and this is part of a growing issue. This is part of a bigger problem. Yesterday or the day before, Rashida Tlaib was at the People's Conference for Palestine, and this is what she had to say.
Political structures that I have to work in, that we all are surrounded by, was built on slavery and genocide and rape and oppression. Real change doesn't come from the cowards and warmongers in Congress. It comes from the streets. It comes from all of us mobilizing and seizing the power to resist and fight back. Gaza is the compass in this country.
Gaza is the compass in this country.
Honey, then please, for all of our sakes, go to Gaza.
Well, and then
you know what I mean?
This is the haunting end that I want people to think about and kind of harp on.
Now we're in Congress, and we're every corner of the United States.
Talking about Islam, talking about just and this is what you get.
Well, it's Islamic takeover, folks. They're telling us what they want to do. They've done it in Europe. They want to do it here. It's not racist to say so. They're saying it.
Yeah, and it's not like they want to vote their way in and do things, in an elected, the American capacity, I guess, pass legislation. No, they're going to take over, and that'll be that. That'll be the end of the country.
Hey, you want to hear, with the death of Lindsey Graham, what some of the other people on the left are saying? The Young Turks co-host and executive producer Anna Kasparian responding to the announcement on X with 2 words, good riddance. Far-right political commentator Nick Fuentes also posting the same response online, good riddance, Fuentes said. Former MSNBC analyst and Lincoln Project co-founder Steve Schmidt calling Lindsey Graham a lonely and unprincipled man who betrayed his country for power and his decency for attention. And left-wing streamer Hassan Piker mocked a tribute honoring Graham's relationship with Israel by commenting, LMAO, laugh my arse off. A few hours later, Kyle Kulinski, host of the popular left-wing podcast Secular Talk, posted a tweet that said, miserable closet case warmonger. So there you go. The kind of people that are celebrating the death of Lindsey Graham, same people that celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk, lamented the fact that the assassination on Donald Trump's life, the assassination attempts on Donald Trump's life failed. They're now, of course, celebrating Graham's death. Not really shocking, of course, very on brand.
So before we move on from it, here's what I wonder. When they have that moment, either today or tomorrow, do you think the Senate chambers will actually give him a moment of silence? Or do you think that some lunatic Democrat will have to shriek or make some kind of noise just to be disrespectful?
That. You know what? Who will it be, though? That's the question.
Yeah. I wonder what the Kalshi betting odds are. This country's hilarious.
You know what? I mean, who would it be in the Senate? It wouldn't be Bernie Sanders. I'm trying to think who it would be in the Senate. In the House, like there's many.
Many in the House.
Many in the House of Representatives. I don't even know if they, you know what? I think they do. Jay, try to do a moment of silence for Lindsey Graham in the House of Representatives, because I think that it'll just show the Democrats their true vile nature. I think that's why you want to do a moment of silence in the House of Representatives.
There's already the discussion of, all right, who gets appointed to this seat? And finishes out the term, which frankly just goes to November, so not all that long. But, Graham was actively running for re-election. Henry McMaster, the current governor, he's being term limited out. Looks like Alan Wilson will probably be. He's been attorney general there. Looks like he will be your next South Carolina governor.
Okay.
But nonetheless, Henry McMaster, the current governor, he is tasked with filling that seat temporarily. There's a lot of speculation that he more than likely will appoint himself to take over that. Yeah.
He's a Republican?
Yes. Oh, big time.
Okay.
And, South Carolina, a very red state.
Yeah.
But,
Nikki Haley wants back in.
Yeah.
Nikki Haley wants back in.
Well, Nancy Mace has already voiced her desire to take that spot.
Okay.
But so that's kind of an interesting backstory.
That sounds a little weird. Somebody appointing himself, though.
Yeah, it's legal, though.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, McMaster would have to step down, and then Lieutenant Governor Pamela Yvette would immediately take the oath of office, become the governor of South Carolina. Then Governor Yvette would then hold the executive authority to officially appoint McMaster to the vacant seat.
But ultimately, he would be appointing himself by stepping down, which, he probably, he's term limited out. He's only in there for a couple of months anyway.
Right.
So,
right.
Why not? Of course, McMaster, he's got to be well up into his, I know he's up in his 70s. He's been old forever. So I don't know how well that will really fly. But,
he's 79.
Yeah, I knew he was getting up there.
But you know what the thing about Lindsey Graham is? He was very cognizant. Like, he didn't have any, you could tell he was all there. I hate to say it like this, but dude was only 71. Mitch McConnell is what, 112?
Yes.
84.
84.
Plus
sorry,
84.
Yeah. So, Mitch McConnell, just real quick, Mitch McConnell put out, oh, shoot. I don't have a picture for the people watching on YouTube. But Mitch McConnell, he's got a picture there with Elaine Chao, his wife, who graciously apparently brought Mitch a change of clothes. And so he's wearing,
She had to go the way to China to get them, though.
You know what? She had to pick up the clothes made in China, brought them back for her husband. Good on you, Elaine Chao. And so she's there. Can I be honest? The picture looks a little photoshopped.
That was the same thought I had. It looks like he's sitting in a hospital bed.
Yeah.
And, it does look photoshopped.
Did that look photoshopped to you, Sam?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. It does not look like McConnell and Chao are in the same room. It looks weird.
And her photo, it almost looks like a publicity photo. Like, it doesn't look like a photo where, she's in the hospital with her husband.
Hanging with her husband, had a long trip back from China.
Concerned about her husband.
Yeah, I agree. So, I had the same reaction.
I was going to say, whole thing just looks a little weird. Looks a little bizarre. All right, so, real quick, Daily Dan, folks, we're running out of time. So, the question is, if you've got John Rose and Monty Fritz, and the two of them are vying for the anti-Blackburn vote, and one of them's got to drop out in order to defeat Marsha Blackburn. Theoretically, all of this, of course. Who would you want to drop out, John Rose or Monty Fritz? Now, I have not looked at the numbers, so real quick, Sam, how did we frame the question, and what are the results so far?
Who should drop out of the race? John Rose, 76% of the vote.
Now, so here's the deal. This is a very pro Monty Fritz audience. Like, I've clearly noticed that. This is a very pro Monty Fritz audience.
They're very smart people.
And listen, Monty Fritz is great. He really is. The conversation, of course, is that you've got three candidates. You've got Marsha Blackburn, John Rose, Monty Fritz. And so there's this conversation as to whether or not Marsha Blackburn will get the plurality of votes. So that's the number of votes cast for a candidate who receives more votes than any other, but does not receive an absolute majority. So, for example, let's say Marsha Blackburn in the Republican primary gets 45% of the vote. John Rose gets 35%. Monty Fritz gets 20%. So the other than Blackburn vote would ultimately be 55%, which would be more than Marsha Blackburn's 45%. So theoretically speaking, if Fritz drops out, and I'm just using that as an example, don't get mad at me. So if Fritz drops out, would that 20% go to John Rose, who would then get ultimately 55% of the vote to Blackburn's 45%? So that's the question. But can I just say this? I don't think Monty Fritz people are fans of John Rose. And I don't know anything about the relationship between John Rose and Monty Fritz, but for what I'm hearing, they don't like each other. And didn't they have that little kerfuffle on social media, right? Where John Rose, if I remember correctly, John Rose basically said something about how Monty Fritz wasn't a major candidate, whatever it was. It's been a minute since all that happened, but I just think it's interesting. So yes, this is a very pro Monty Fritz audience. So bottom line is, if John Rose dropped out, would his 35% go to Monty Fritz in my sort of pretend polling here? And I don't know. You know what? That's another question. All right. You know what, Sam? You're a big Monty Fritz fan. So would you? And by the way, just so we're clear, I don't know who I'm voting for yet. So yell at me all you want. But Sam, you're a Monty Fritz. You have come out and you have said you are going to vote for Monty Fritz.
Yep.
All right. So if Monty Fritz dropped out, would you vote for John Rose?
No, I'm probably staying home.
Yeah. Okay. That was my point. My point is that I don't believe, knowing Monty Fritz supporters the way that I do, and I don't know them all, but I think that a lot of people, like Sam, would rather stay home than vote for either John Rose. Well, if Fritz drops out, you'd rather stay home than vote for Rose or Blackburn.
You're voting, in my mind, I don't know how anyone else feels about this, you'd be voting for the same candidate between Blackburn and Rose. You're going to get the same thing. It's going to be DC comes to Tennessee. That's how it's going to feel. That's how it's going to sound. That's how everything that we see on TV and hear in the news is going to go for the next 8 years.
Hey, by the way, you know the whole fortune cookie thing? Have you Jay, seen the whole fortune cookie thing?
I mean, you're talking about Marsha's commercials?
Yeah.
I have seen the commercials, with the fortune cookie.
So now, coming up in the next hour, you've got Mayor Freddie O'Connell has come out with his own version. So what I need to do, I need somebody really smart to come up with a Marsha Blackburn fortune cookie thing that says, listen to Dan Mandis in the morning on WTN. That's what I need. Because people are coming up with their own little messages on Marsha Blackburn's fortune cookie paper. You know, some are, I voted to confirm the presidency of Joe Biden. Others say, I refuse to debate. You know what I mean? Like the memologists out there are having fun with their memes.
Well, let's face it, Dan. I mean, you did not get your share of credit for having the senator on your show here recently.
No, I didn't. But that's okay.
I saw all the TV stories, and a conservative talk show host is the credit you got.
Yeah, whatever. It's all good. Do you know how many times that's happened, by the way? Many, many, many times. I'm used to it.
I know.
I saw a fortune cookie that said Marsha should play for L.A. because she's such a Dodger.
See, that's the thing. I mean, people are making fun of it. I don't want to belabor the point. I've said many times.
Terrible jokes until they're in the meme, and then it's actually funny somehow.
Yeah, when you're that far ahead, when you're this far ahead in the polling, you don't debate. Donald Trump didn't do it in 2024. Senator Blackburn is not doing it here in the governor's race for the state of Tennessee. I believe that they should have a debate, but I'm just telling you, that's the line of thinking. This, my friends, is Politics 101. 5:56. Jay's got the news at 6. Jay.
Yes, sir, Dan. More attacks on Iran overnight by the U.S., and we'll have reaction from folks on the death of South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham and also a Nashville area drowning death. We'll have all that at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up on 6 a.m., I'm Jay Harper with your top stories, traffic and weather coming up. More U.S. attacks on Iran as Tehran claims it damaged a U.S. base in the region. Details from ABC's Karen Hua.
U.S. officials say the new wave of strikes overnight hit dozens of targets to weaken Iran's ability to attack ships in the Strait of Hormuz. The attacks targeted air defense systems, coastal radar sites, and small boats. This was a response to more Iranian attacks on ships yesterday. So the tit for tat continues.
South Carolina reacting to the news that they lost their longtime senator over the weekend. The sudden death of Lindsey Graham coming as a shock, both to his supporters and to the people who didn't really agree with the man. For South Carolina resident Yvette McLaren, she says politics aside, Graham always did look out for his home state.
I think he's advocated for the people of South Carolina. I've been here 20 years, and in those 20 years, he's always looked out for the people.
The D.C. medical examiner recorded the preliminary cause of death was an aortic rupture caused by heart disease. Detectives are investigating an apparent drowning that occurred last night at a Bellevue lake. According to Metro Nashville Police, just before 6 o'clock last night, police responded to the 7,000 block of McCrory Lane after a person jumped into Hutton Lake and did not come back up. Nashville Fire Department divers found the deceased person in the water. Detectives, they're working to determine exactly what happened with all that. The person's identity has not been released as of yet. The Market Numbers Report, it's brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They are online at beaconcm.com. Let's check in now with Jim Ryan.
Stock futures point to a lower start to the week after the major averages posted gains to close out last week. The Dow on Friday rose 150 points to end the session at 52,637. The Nasdaq headed 0.3%, the S&P 0.4. Renewed fighting between the U.S. and Iran has oil prices rising again. World benchmark Brent crude was approaching $79 a barrel overnight. Gasoline is up about 8 cents a gallon in the past week, according to AAA. Apple is accusing OpenAI of stealing trade secrets. In a new federal lawsuit, the tech giant claims the artificial intelligence company and its chief hardware officer had a coordinated plan to get hold of confidential details about future Apple products. Big blue buildings will soon pop up in more U.S. locations. IKEA tells USA Today that it plans to break ground on 6 new home goods stores before the end of the year. Of the company's 500 stores worldwide, only about 50 are in the U.S.
Let's take a look at the stock numbers before that opening bell rings. The Dow down 16, the S&P's down 22, the Nasdaq down 278. Traffic and weather coming up. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. No accidents or breakdowns to report here at 6:05 a.m. We are starting to see, however, the normal slowdowns that you see coming down from the north on, the 6524 junction there near Trinity Lane. That backup is starting. So be prepared for that. But again, aside from that, no other issues to report. I'm Jay Harper.
.606, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So as I said at the opening of the first hour, on my bingo card this morning was not talking about how Mitch McConnell is still alive and Lindsey Graham is dead, but here we are. So we spent the first hour talking about Lindsey Graham and his rather untimely passing. Mitch McConnell apparently still alive, and I think the word apparently is the operative word. So on Super Talk TV, you will see that I now, Jay and Sam, have the photograph of Mitch McConnell and Elaine Chao. Mitch McConnell appearing in a button-up plaid shirt. It looks like he's wearing blue jeans. Now, it's been a minute since I've been in the hospital, but if I'd been in the hospital for any length of time, can I just tell you what I would not be wearing is blue jeans. So, and I probably would not be wearing an uncomfortable button-up shirt. However, it might be that she came in. I'm trying to just sort of, work this all out in my head, because I'm gonna tell you, there's a lot of people now, and Jay, you and I were talking about this in the 5. There's a lot of people that are not buying this photo. There's a lot of people that are saying that this looks either photoshopped or a fake photo. Some people are saying it is a photograph from 2023. The Daily Beast has this headline. MAGA calls BS on Mitch McConnell's proof of life stunt. Okay, now, here's my question. Does this photo count as proof of life? That answer is no. To me, does it, Jay and Sam, does this photo of he and Elaine Chao, does this look like it's a proof of life photo?
A photo and a written statement?
No.
Not really.
No. Now, isn't there a photo somewhere of him holding up the Washington Post or Wall Street Journal, some newspaper with a current date on it? I mean, of course, that could be.
Do you know what?
Photoshop too.
Now that I look closer, there is a photograph of in this picture. He's holding a newspaper, and
it's this one.
But they don't have. I can't see the date on it.
Yeah, right.
It's got some baseball player on it. I don't know.
Well, even our own Matt Murphy is posting stuff on X.
Yeah.
About it. This image being 3 years old.
So it looks photoshopped, and you and I don't know. I'm not a conspiracy. Would you call me a conspiracy theorist? I have said it. Jay doesn't answer.
No. I'm sorry. I was reading this stuff.
I don't think I'm a conspiracy theorist. I'm sort of like, okay, so I just want to know the truth.
Just because you ask questions doesn't make you a conspiracy theorist.
So anyway, here's what the Daily Beast says, and can I just tell you how much I hate when places like the Daily Beast, they'll say MAGA, like, we're all just this massive lump of people, right? And we're not all individuals that have serious disagreements often. But anyway, MAGA calls BS on Mitch McConnell's proof of life stunt. And so, number one, it was a statement that said that he did not suffer a heart attack or a stroke, but was taken to the hospital after a fall and was briefly unconscious. I guess apparently they say he had pneumonia and it wasn't, cardiac arrest and all of that stuff. Okay. So far-right loyal Trump supporter Laura Loomer posting on X, how come Mitch McConnell's staff won't release a video of him? A photo could have been taken at any time. She says, I called BS. The American people are not stupid. Now realize this is the same Laura Loomer that said that Mitch McConnell is dead. Or brain dead. She said it was brain dead. So, but I don't know, why won't they release a video? See, that's the thing. You want to do a Daily Dan poll as far as, do you believe that this photograph of Mitch McConnell is a proof of life? ? Or is proof of life? I'd be pretty sure that nobody would say that that is a proof of life photo. And I don't think anything will be unless it's Mitch McConnell sitting in front of the camera and he is talking about either today's headlines, talking about the controversy of him being brain dead, all of that stuff. And they say that the fall was related to his polio and that he had way back when, and not because of his age, which I don't buy that at all.
Yeah.
I've seen him fall.
Well, I can give personal testimony. My grandfather's 89. He survived polio, wasn't vaccinated, lived on the iron lung as a child. And he had a bus run over his foot after he healed from that. And that's why he has falling problems. It's not because of the polio.
Yeah. Jason Chaffetz, let's see you say it. A written statement is far different from anything. Let's see, let me try that again. Let's see you say it. A written statement is far different than saying it on camera. See, I think everybody wants a video. I think that's what it is. Everybody wants a video. And here's the thing, is that we've had all of these people on the right, the Republicans, including Scott Jennings, say, well, we had 20-minute conversations with Mitch McConnell, yet he won't do, and he sounded great, right? Sharp as a tack, as we joked on Friday, right? It's very Joe Biden-esque, and yet nobody has a video. Nobody has any kind of a recording of said phone call, nothing. In a world where everybody's phone has some semblance of a recording device.
Yeah.
Nobody taped it. So I'm sorry, call me a conspiracy theorist if you want, but I'm not buying it. I am not buying it.
Do you want to add on to it?
Sure.
So, a photo could be proof of life if you want to break down the anatomy of facial muscles are having to move for him to smile. His eyes are open. He appears to be sat upright and breathing. For him to not be able to do all that, you would have to allege that they've propped him up and held his face open with glue. But it's not proof of brain function. It's not proof of
Oh, yeah. You're absolutely right.
Is he able to talk? Is he able to get up? Is he able to do his job? A written statement could be prepared by anyone, and then he says, that's what I said.
Well, and here's the deal. When my stepmom had Alzheimer's, she knew to smile for the camera. Like, that was the thing. When she was in the earlier stages, she didn't know who I was, but she knew to smile for the camera. Smile, Dale, and she would smile.
And
same thing here.
His seat's up in November, just like Graham's, right?
Yeah.
So maybe it's just, we got to medically ride this out, right?
Well, that's what they're trying to do. And I think that people are clearly suspicious and they're cynical of all of this. So let's see here. Monica says Trump needs to visit the hospital. He will tell us the truth. Of course, everybody's talking about, weekend at Bernie's. 1314. Has Mitch McConnell ever had brain function? I know we've all made the jokes about Mitch McConnell. Let's see here. Sharon, it's an old photo or fake. He looks 10 years younger. Does he look 10 years younger? Jay, will you look at that photo and you tell me, does Mitch McConnell look 10 years younger?
Well, I don't know about 10 years, but yeah, I mean, for a man that's supposedly been pretty ill, he looks amazingly healthy there.
Doesn't mean it's not. There's a difference between Photoshop and an edit, right? We can brighten the colors. We can lower the contrast. We can do things that are going to
Yeah, smooth out wrinkles, shadows, that sort of thing.
Which, if you're Elaine Chao and you're in this photo, you would probably want that applied to you as well, because we know how other public figures are about images.
2307 says, if you're becoming a conspiracy theorist, Mandis, then don't be ashamed. We research a little deeper and have learned that most everything out there being fed to us is a lie. We become a little less likely to believe things. How many times have we been called conspiracy theorists and it turned out that we were right? So, whatever. I mean, and everybody thinks this is photoshopped. Trevor says, who says McConnell is alive? A fake photo. Well, who says McConnell is alive? Mitch McConnell.
Turtle.
Turtle or parrot? See, I think
Turtle.
He
looks like the master of disguise got stuck in the turtle suit and aged 50 years.
Jay, do you think Mitch McConnell looks like a turtle or a parrot?
I'm going to go more turtle.
Okay, we're all going to go turtle?
Yeah. Turtle.
Okay, we're going to go turtle. Very good.
I remember that cartoon from way back, that with the turtle. And that looks like a turtle.
All right. Very good. 6:15, time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, looks like it is going to be partly cloudy until we hit about 2, 3 o'clock. That's when some rain is going to set in, and we're talking about highs right around 80 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, I want to talk about, I got some video here. This is great. So this is the red pilling of let's go down the Victim Olympics road, okay?
Has this been edited?
Yes, it has been edited. This is Joan's not here to play her. Jay, you'll love this. When Joan, a couple of days ago, Joan brought us a video she was very proud of, and she thought she edited out all of the curse words. She did not.
Well,
yeah.
We had like 2 or 3 things that go out that shouldn't have gone out. Luckily, nobody in management listens to this show, so we got away with it.
She had a note. She was going to try and play the audio that she had edited, so it became a cluster, because you played the original audio that was full of bombs, and then her edited audio still had bombs going off in the background of it.
And for the record, I played the link she sent me.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, that happened to her when she was filling in for Chris, too.
Did it really?
Yeah, she played some audio that...
Joan Jones.
Yeah.
Of all the people to have a potty mouth through audio.
That some stuff snuck through.
Anyway, so this is a gay black female, and this is the opening salvo. I do have video here. This is the opening salvo.
Anybody who's affiliated with the U.S., f*** them. I hate anybody affiliated with the U.S.
Are you affiliated with the U.S.? You're affiliated with the U.S.
You're right.
I mean, this is so funny. I love this because these are, I guess there are a couple of conservatives that are going around and talking to, ignorant people. And so she points out, well, you're affiliated with the United States. You can hear her pause, and her brain just starts churning like, well, I guess they have a point.
Hey, I hate that I'm affiliated with the U.S. Why? Yo, this is a freaking dictatorship. Trump sucks mad.
Aren't you gay?
I am. How could you tell? You judge a book by its cover? How do you know I was gay?
Because I'm gay and I know gay people.
Okay, the gaydar is going off real strong.
Well, my idiot dar is going off really strong. I mean, this woman is she's a piece of work. And the reason why I love this video so much is because towards the end of the video, she realizes how dumb she is, or at least how dumb she's acting.
I got a lot of learning to do. Teach me something.
In the Iranian regime, women cannot own property. Women cannot show their hair.
By the way, so they've got a big sign, and it's got the American flag, the Iranian flag, and the Russian flag. And so they ask this gay black female, which of these nations does she feel more oppressed in? And again, she said the United States.
Got a lot of learning to do. Teach me something.
In the Iranian regime, women cannot own property, women cannot show their hair, women cannot vote, women cannot hold public office.
Can't be gay.
And if you want to divorce your husband under the Iranian regime, no matter how horrible they are, they get your children. Does anything I just said apply to America?
No.
How is this oppressing you? How are you oppressed right now?
I'm
KKK.
She's black!
I'm a black woman, a part of the KKK.
And I'm gay!
I'm a gay black woman in America. Gay, black, and a woman.
What can you?
So it's the triple crown for the Victim Olympics, and then they ask such a great question.
Not do that other people can?
What can I not
legally
do? What can I not do that other people can legally? Is this?
It's okay to admit that you don't know if there's.
I don't know.
Because there is nothing, and let me tell you, as a gay woman, a lot of us have been brainwashed to believe that we are oppressed. Right? We can get married, we can have kids, we can hold a job. There's nothing a gay woman can't do that a straight woman can. Nothing.
What's your outreach like? What are you guys trying to do? Like,
so exactly what we just did is like have a conversation.
We want to make sure that people like you are not believing that they're oppressed, because that actually keeps you down.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're absolutely right. See, the left wants to keep the left angry and, keep them in this sort of victim mentality, because then they won't look at the actual policies, where conservative policies, in my opinion, are far, far better for America. But, if somebody like this gay black female, if she's so angry and trying to say that, she's being oppressed in America, then she won't actually look at the policies, because she's so infused with hate, and she's been, mind blanked, if you will, by the Democrats to believe that she's a victim, when the reality is she is not. But this is what the Democrats do. It is 6:22 on Super Talk 99.7. Jay has the news coming up at 6:30. Jay.
Yes, sir, Dan. Lindsey Graham being remembered today by folks all over the country. And a story about the average age of Congress these days. And also a crazy story coming out of a Walmart in Lebanon. We'll have that for you as well. That's all at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here, 622 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Listen, if you are thinking about replacing your air conditioner, you might want to check out your windows first, because drafty windows force your AC to work overtime. New windows from Window Nation, they are going to help keep your home comfortable, and it does reduce the strain on your HVAC. The pros at Window Nation, they can help you get new energy-efficient windows at a great price. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles through Window Nation. You could also get zero down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Now, I love Window Nation. I've got 4 Window Nation windows in my home. You need to check them out if you want to upgrade your home's windows. They've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, 96% customer satisfaction rating, and over 45,000 5-star reviews. Don't forget that great deal going on right now, 50% off all window styles. You could get zero down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. One of my favorite things about Window Nation also, they are a proud partner of the Wounded Warrior Project. Find them online. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. WindowNation.com. That's WindowNation.com. Yes, all this rain that we've had, we've got more coming today. You could end up with water in your crawl space or your basement. That moisture could be an indication that you've got some waterproofing issues. It also means that you need to call my friends at USS, United Structural Systems. These problems, they get worse over time, not better. Now, USS, this is the company in Middle Tennessee for all things, not only waterproofing, but also foundation repair and concrete leveling. And look, if something goes wrong, it needs to get fixed. And if you need financing help, USS, they are here with not one, not two, but 3 different options to help you. You can get a 10% discount if you pay in full, or fix it now, pay it later with 18 months, no payment or interest, or you can choose the 36 months, no interest route with low payment options for qualified homeowners. So call my friends at USS, 615-488-7855. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com. We guarantee our best. Call USS, 615-488-7855, online, USSTN.com. .628, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Take the Daily Dan poll. What is our Daily Dan poll right now? I've been just word vomiting ideas to Sam, and so we've had a couple up so far today. What is our latest one, Sam?
We're sticking with who should drop out of the race between John Rose and Monty Fritz as far as where the votes would end up going. 74% of the audience still saying that John Rose should drop out.
All right, very good. Now, next Saturday, Matt Murphy and I are going to be out at Contours, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Really looking forward to this. It is an open house, so you've heard Matt and I both talking about the greatness of Contours. red light technology, how they can help you get rid of inches off your waist and maybe fix some of the wrinkles, the lines on your face. If you've always been curious about what Contours is all about, again, it is an open house. It is coming up this coming Saturday, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Both Matt Murphy and I will be there. Come on out, say hello. Jay Harper has the news right now. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Yes, indeed. It is 6:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We'll have your traffic and weather report coming up here in just a bit. It's looking like we may see some rain later on this afternoon. Well, Washington is in a state of reflection today after the sudden passing of Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, many taking to social media to discuss the longtime lawmaker's impact. ABC's Martha Raddatz has more.
Governor Henry McMaster in a statement calling Graham the fiercest of fighters for South Carolina and America. Graham was first elected to the Senate in 2002. He defeated primary challengers last month to secure the Republican nomination to serve a fifth term. The late senator earlier this year asked how he'd like to be remembered.
That I spoke up, shared my thoughts, creatively put together coalitions that move the ball. I'm not about making speeches alone. I'm about putting networks together.
And the death of Senator Graham at 71 years of age, and the continued absence of Senator Mitch McConnell at 84 years of age calls attention to the average age of U.S. lawmakers these days. ABC's Wayne Cabot has the data.
Never in history has Congress been this old. The U.S. Constitution sets the minimum age requirement to be in the Senate at 30 and the House at 25. It does not set a maximum. The average age of the current Senate is 64. Half the members are over 65. The oldest, Chuck Grassley in Iowa, 92. The youngest, John Ossoff of Georgia, 39. Average age in the House has soared from under 50 in the early 1980s to 58.
Well, back here in Middle Tennessee, after responding to a report of a break-in at a Walmart Thursday night, Lebanon authorities said they discovered a man who was lying on a pallet of pet food completely naked. Well, according to the Lebanon Police Department, Walmart employees reported someone had broken into the store and was tearing merchandise up. This happened this past Thursday. Staff members, they evacuated the sales floor and sheltered in place before law enforcement got there. Police said they quickly entered the store and found a naked 26-year-old Madison man on a pallet of dog food. However, when authorities tried to take the suspect into custody, he took off and hid in the clothing department.
But he didn't put any of that clothing on, Jay.
Apparently not.
I was going to say, so when he broke in, he just decided he would lay on the dog food but not put any of the clothes on in the men's department. He just wanted to lay there naked.
Yes, that is correct.
Right.
Yep, officials reported the man was arrested without further incident. He was charged with disorderly conduct, public intoxication, vandalism, aggravated criminal trespass, and other related offenses. From what I'm hearing, no truth to the rumor. He was just trying to scout out food for his wiener dog.
Oh, my God.
That is the latest news.
You did not just do that.
Traffic and weather is
You did not
next.
just do that.
I'm Jay Harper, and this is my last newscast on WTN News.
Well done, Jay. Well done. 6:33, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Matt is here, lifelong dog owner, speaking of wieners. And I've seen all kinds of behaviors with my animals. I bet you have too. Now, if you've got a dog that needs some behavior training, my buddy Jeff and his crew at Ridgeside Canine Nashville, they can help you. Now, I call these folks the Dog Whisperers. Now, they've helped thousands of dogs and their owners over the last 25 years solve behavioral issues, and they can help you. Aggression, potty problems, anxiety, basic obedience. They can help you help your dog with just about anything. So one of the things that I really like about Ridgeside Canine Nashville, they do believe that owner education is just as important as dog training. Long-term success with your dog begins with you and Ridgeside Canine Nashville. I've heard from people that have gone to Ridgeside Canine Nashville and sung their praises. They've got a lifetime support guarantee. They are there for you 24/7. So check them out today. Call Jeff, 615-878-0380. Friends, your dog is worth the extra training and the extra effort. 615-878-0380. You can find them online, rsk9nash.com. That's rsk9, the letter K, the number 9, rsk9nash.com. Ridgeside Canine Nashville, veteran-owned, proven results, and guaranteed for life. 636, Dan Mendes here from Mark Spain Real Estate. Friends, if you are stuck in a home that you cannot sell because, yes, the real estate market has shifted, call my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate. If you have open houses that are being ignored, call Mark Spain. If you're tired of making costly repairs while your home goes unsold, again, call Mark Spain. Their guaranteed offer keeps you in control, so you're going to get out of your home quickly and with maximum profit. Mark Spain Real Estate has over 72,000 clients and is the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. 13,000 five-star reviews cannot be wrong. Mark Spain Real Estate is the company that I recommend for selling your home. So call them right now and get out of your home fast and move on to the next chapter in your life. 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD, or go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Well, amazingly, at 6:36 this morning, we have no major accidents, breakdowns of any kind. We've got the normal slowdowns that you come to expect, but no wrecks to really foul things up thus far this morning. I'm Jay Harper.
.637, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. And welcome on in to a Monday, July 13th. Brian Wilson is going to be joining us a little bit after the news at 7 o'clock. Going to talk about, of course, the death of Lindsey Graham. CNBC now is saying in this list that the state of Tennessee, our state of Tennessee, is the worst place to live in America. Now, does anybody believe that? Obviously not. If you are here, if you are listening to the sound of my voice, more than likely you either live here or you have lived here or, you have been to Tennessee because this is a local radio station. Tennessee ranked last among all 50 states for quality of life in CNBC's annual America's Top States for Business in 2026. The Business News Channel said this year's study had an increased emphasis on quality of life, saying this year's methodology has this category making up 11.6% of the state's overall score. That is up from about 10% last year. So basically, I'm looking at the factors and how they came up with this. They used data on factors such as crime rates, air quality, and health care, in addition to availability of child care, inclusiveness of state laws, and reproductive rights. I would be willing to bet, because, okay, so this is all about woke ideology. I think that's clear. Anytime you hear or you see the word inclusiveness, that is exactly what it's about. And of course, reproductive rights, this is I don't know if there's another state in the nation that is more pro-life than we are. So I think it's basically those two things. But clearly, this is based on a left-wing perspective of what they want in a community, which is men in women's bathrooms and men in women's sports, taxpayers footing the bill for trans surgeries for kids, sanctuary city and state policies, all of that crap, which the state of Tennessee, we have voted against that roundly, soundly with our state legislature, our governors as well. When discussing Tennessee's inclusiveness, CNBC cited some of the volunteer states' laws that target the LGBTQ plus community, including the new bathroom law, which requires transgender people to use restrooms designated for their sex at birth, and the state's restriction on localities from adopting their own anti-discrimination ordinances, or, as I like to say, protecting our little girls. Actual biological girls, by the way. Additionally, the Business News Channel mentioned the resolution Governor Bill Lee signed earlier this year, designating June as Nuclear Family Month. CNBC said inclusivity is not the only thing that Tennessee falls short in, citing this is one of my favorite parts. Citing FBI statistics, CNBC said Tennessee also has one of the highest violent crimes rates in the country. Well, that's because of Memphis and their leftist district attorney, Steve Mulroy, and the whole defund the police movement. Because within our very conservative state, you have, the blue areas, which would be Memphis and, of course, Nashville as well. And so that's part of that conversation as well. People, by the way, pointing out Texas, I believe. Do you have the whole list? Can you grab the whole list, Sam? Because basically you had a bunch of Republican states. You had Texas on the list as I want to say number 2.
Yes, they were number 2.
Okay, so let's go down the list real quick. And Indiana was number 3. So Tennessee, Texas, Indiana. Who was number 4? Anybody know? Nobody knows? All right. I think I should have had the list in front of me. But here's the funny thing, is that you've got Georgia was also on the list of the worst.
Louisiana is 4.
Okay.
Then Georgia, 5.
Yep.
Utah at 6.
Okay.
Then Missouri, Alabama, Oklahoma, and Arkansas at number 10.
Okay. Now, here's the point. And if you look at Super Talk TV, I've got the graphic up where Americans moved in 2025. Let's go through this real quick. Tennessee, where America moved, plus 43.6%. Texas, also on the list of worst places to move, to live, plus 23. Georgia, plus 13. Alabama is on the list at plus 36. Oklahoma, plus 26. Arkansas, plus 33. So all of these places where CNBC are the worst places to live, shocker, everybody is going to live in those states. Who's on the list of places where people are leaving? California, minus 25. The state of Washington, minus 10. Massachusetts, minus 38. New York, minus 32. And it goes on and on. You've got all the loser states of, the Democrat-run states. Illinois, I'm sure, Illinois. I'm not sure about Illinois. I didn't see Illinois on the list. Yep, Illinois, minus 14.5. So all these places that I'm sure CNBC would absolutely love, the reality is nobody wants to live there. So not shocking in the least. And I mean, personally, I don't think anybody, and people were absolutely roasting CNBC online too. So on X, because of the obvious agenda that their list was utilizing. Because, I mean, clearly conservative states are where people want to go. It is 6:45 coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and time to check the roads. As far as your weather goes, we are going to have rain, maybe about 2 o'clock, a high around 80 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open, by the way, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. All right, so, Sam, you have sent me this video that goes along with what we're talking about. Set it up for me.
So this is from the Toronto Police Department. This is an official video they released. This is not a spoof. This is not sarcasm. This is a real thing. And so if anyone's heard or noticed, we have officers like this in Nashville. We have these LGBTQ plus liaison officers that we're spending taxpayer money and time on. And so this is what CNBC would like Tennessee to look like, take that Nashville idea and expand on it. And this is what it's like in Toronto.
Contacted by the Crown at the Ontario Court of Justice to assist with the case that they had. So they asked me to reach out to the victim and make sure she's safe and take her home.
He drove me home in the fabulous Pride SUV. And as he was driving me home, we reached a stoplight, and then an individual in a pickup truck came up to us.
A transgender cop car. Look at that.
So this is that's a man, right? The Nevada, is that a man or a woman? I don't even know.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell. But anyway, so Nevada is very sparkly and has sparkles on his or her. I don't know if my challenge is, I don't know if that's a man or a woman. If Nevada is a man or a woman.
That is a man.
That is a man. Okay, so it's a man pretending to be a woman.
Yes.
Okay.
Which leads to this great question by this citizen who pulls up next to the cop car.
All right, here we go.
Are you guys cops, or you just identify as cops? That's none of your business, and I'm hands-free. So there's nothing you can do. I'm just asking you a question, Sergeant. Are you cops, or you identify as cops? I have no idea. That reality doesn't exist anymore, right?
Part of me was shocked, but part of me was not shocked. I am a trans woman. I've been transitioning for 8 years. I get harassed and vilified every day of my life.
All right, so there you go.
Well, it doesn't help when you're riding around in a clown car.
Well, yeah, it's just a visual. We have one of those here, don't we? In the city of Nashville, don't they have like I seem to recall a rainbow cop car. For some reason that is sticking out in my head. That we have a rainbow cop car here.
But that's the kind of thing that CNBC would like to see to list you higher on the quality of life.
You know what? I'll be glad to be lower on the quality of life scale because frankly, when people Google where I should move, you know what? Tennessee's awful.
Yeah.
We're so sorry that we moved to, well, you're from here, but I'm so sorry that I moved to Tennessee 12 years ago. Don't come.
And being a product of this state, being born and raised here, generationally at this point, I can tell you it is so bad. I am one of the biggest a-holes around. We all grow up this way around here. You should move here. There's a great place up north called Kentucky. You should move there.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like a piece of fried chicken. Move there. They only have 3.5 million people in the whole state.
Kentucky looks like a piece of fried chicken?
Yeah, and Tennessee's the pan it gets cooked in.
1959, no one should move to Tennessee. Everyone should leave right now. No. Well, we like our Tennesseans. And you know what? Hey, Jay, you're not from Tennessee either, are you?
No, I originally moved here in 1985.
Okay.
Then left in 2006 for a job in South Carolina and returned back here 6-7 years ago. So we wanted to come back to Tennessee. I will admit it's certainly different than when we left the first time we came back.
Jay got prime Nashville.
Yeah, man, 1985 was, pre-arena, pre-Nissan Stadium.
Yeah.
But I admit, I'm
Prentice Alley was still Prentice Alley.
Yeah, correct.
Starwood Amphitheater.
Yeah, Starwood.
83-96. Thank you, CNBC. Yeah.
We call that free advertising.
4205. Shh. Maybe this report will slow down the moving to Tennessee. We're full.
Yeah, a lot of southern states are saying the same thing. You know, Florida, Texas, South Carolina, all these states everybody moving to. You know, Charleston, same thing. You know, that was such a quaint, kind of quiet city, and now it has exploded. It's a great place to live. You know, we love being there.
South Carolina, by the way, South Carolina is number one on that list where people are moving to.
Yeah.
It was, let me see if I can find up there. It's like plus 70-something% or something like that.
Yeah, like a couple of hundred folks a day, something crazy like that.
Yep, that's exactly right. And, you know, for me, I don't know, South Carolina. 79%, plus 79%. Yeah. That's the number of people moving to South Carolina.
Well, you know, you had all of the snowbirds that in the winter would drive down to Florida, but stop in South. It's kind of halfway. So they would stop in South Carolina to spend the night, Charleston, whatever. And then finally they're saying, why the hell are we going to Florida? This is a great place to live. Well, let's just move here. And that's been the case.
Yep. All right. Well, very good. People gave me so much crap when I moved here. Oh, my goodness gracious. Can I be honest with you, folks? I know a lot of you felt this way. I didn't think I was going to last a year, Jay. I did not think I was going to last a year in Nashville.
Reason being?
Because they hated me. Because I was born in California, and my last stop was in Denver.
Yeah, liberal. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Colorado.
So I had to like prove my conservative bona fides again and again and again and again. So yeah, I didn't think I would last a year. Now I'm 12 and a half. But yeah, it was like, I think I was that close to getting fired a number of different times.
I mean, were you miserable during this time, or you still?
No, I loved it. Yeah. I was miserable that people were hating on me.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah,
but I mean, kind of but you did not regret making the move as far as the city and all that.
I've never once in my life regretted moving to Tennessee. Yeah. And I can't say that about all the other places that I've lived across the country. Because, you know, Jay, town to town, up and down the dial.
Right.
But Tennessee's the one place where it's like, man, you know, I'm really glad that I moved here. I've never had one moment where I thought, why in the world did I do this? Not once. So, yeah. And, you know, I've lived in Virginia, Colorado. You know what? Let's go through some of the places where I've lived. You ready? So Colorado, which is my stop before here, minus 4.6. California, minus 25.1. New York, it looks like New York is, I can't see New York. I know it's down. Virginia, minus 13.7. I used to live in Virginia, in Richmond. So all these other states where I've lived, people are moving away from. I think that covered Indiana. I think Indiana was up a little bit. But yeah, that's pretty much about it. So every place that I moved away from, it tracks with where people are leaving across America.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Wasn't just you.
No. You know what, Jay? I was the trendsetter.
That's it.
Hashtag trendsetter, baby.
That's always been you, Dan.
Hashtag trendsetter, baby. All right, 6:52. Yeah. Jay's got the news coming up at 7, Jay.
Yes, the cause of death of Lindsey Graham has been announced. Also, Mitch McConnell, he's made a statement. He's put out a photo. Is everybody buying it? Well, we'll have the story 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.653, Dan Mandis here. You've heard Matt and I talk about contours in Cool Springs for over a year. Now, you've got a chance to check it out for yourself. This coming Saturday, both Matt and I, we're going to be there. We're going to walk you through the office. They'll explain the machines. They'll explain the process and how contours can help you lose inches off your belly and lines off your face. Now, it's one thing for me to explain how red light technology can help you, but it's completely different to try it out for yourself and talk to the professionals and some of the success stories at Contours as well. Now, they've been helping Tennesseans for 5 years now, and they've got a long track record of success. success. So if you'd like to find out how they can help you lose inches off your gut and lines off your face with the help of red light technology, it is all the rage. Come on out this coming Saturday, 11 to 1 in Cool Springs. Let us know you're coming. RSVP at ContoursLLC.com. That's ContoursLLC.com. Matt and I cannot wait to see you there. Call them 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. Hey, if you are ready to save some money, my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they are buzzing with some of the sweetest deals of the season here in the month of July. You buy a select high-efficiency unit, and you get a free air duct fogging and a UV light home treatment to help keep your home's air cleaner and fresher. How about some plumbing deals? You can save $800 on whole home water and drain line replacements, or take $500 off a Halo 5D scaler and whole home water filtration system. Now, one more cool thing that they're doing here for July. You join the Beehive Club, you will get a free yearly Beehive membership to give to someone in your neighborhood. So call them 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Find them online, busybeehvac.com. That's busybeehvac.com. .657, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. Brian Wilson going to be joining us after the news at 7. Remembering Lindsey Graham, that and a whole lot more straight ahead. This is a video that kind of exploded over the weekend. This is a woman out of Maine who had just gone to vote, and her long dead mother was apparently still on the voter rolls. Listen to this.
So I just left the polls. I came in to vote in the primaries here in Waterville. And as they were checking my eligibility, by not checking my eligibility, just by looking at the books, I noticed that my mom's name is still on the voter rolls. Now, my mom passed away in 2022. Wow. So it's been 4 years since she's gone. Her name's still on the voter rolls. I brought it up to 3 different poll workers there. They all told me I needed to bring it up with somebody else. So on my way out, our lovely Janet Mills was standing outside greeting people. So I walked up to her and I said, can you explain to me why my mother's name is still on the voter rolls even though she's been dead 4 years?
Janet Mills is the governor for the state of Maine.
And she laughed. She hit my arm, ha ha ha, and fucking laughed. I said, Janet, why do you think this is funny? You preach about voter integrity and transparency, but my mother's name is still on the voter rolls almost 5 years after she passed?
Yep.
So really, I could come back here in a couple hours, walk in and say, I'm my mother, and vote again. And this she hit my arm again and laughed.
She's a little angry. The woman's a little angry. By the way, this is why, real life example right here, as to why the Save America Act must pass, because as you probably know, within the Save America Act is a clearing of the voter rolls of people like this woman's mother, long dead, but still on the voter rolls in Maine. Whole point in the Save America Act is to protect the integrity of our elections by clearing the voter rolls of people who, frankly, should not be on those voter rolls. Got a lot more straight ahead. 7 o'clock on WTN.
It is 7 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Stand by for a weather forecast and a traffic report. The cause of the sudden death of longtime Senator Lindsey Graham has been determined. The South Carolina Republican, one of the most powerful lawmakers in D.C., died from cardiovascular disease. ABC's congressional correspondent Jay O'Brien has more.
Flags lowered to half staff at the White House and the Capitol. Washington, D.C. EMS dispatched to Graham's home on Saturday night for a man in apparent cardiac arrest. Graham's office sharing the preliminary findings from the medical examiner, showing the senator died from a ruptured aorta stemming from heart disease. It came just hours after Graham returned from Ukraine. He had just turned 71 years old on Thursday.
Now, the sudden death of the senator means a replacement must be chosen. For that story, here's ABC's Olivia Rubin.
South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster now facing that difficult task of filling the Senate seat Graham commanded for more than 2 decades. President Trump saying he has someone in mind. The governor's pick will only finish out Graham's current term, state law mandating a special election to replace him on the ballot in November when he was up for re-election.
We turn now to another Republican senator that has been MIA for a while. That would be one Mitch McConnell. Well, we finally hear from his office.
McConnell finally broke his silence in a statement that included a photo of him holding the current edition of the Washington Post, perhaps to put to rest conspiracy theories. He's now in a rehab facility after being in the hospital since June 11th with an undisclosed medical diagnosis. He says he's been private because, as he put it, folks of my generation often hesitate to share the vulnerability that comes with growing older. He's 84 and now says he suffered a fall last month. It left him briefly unconscious.
Let's turn now to some market numbers before the opening bell. Courtesy of Beacon Capital Management. They can be found at beaconcm.com. The Dow down 60, the S&P down 24, and the NASDAQ, it's down 268. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather coming up. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Good news for Metro commuters. Amazingly here at 7:05, traffic moving pretty well. No unusual slowdowns. Yeah, we got the normal backups a little bit. Trinity Lane area from the 65-24 junction up there north of the city. And a little bit of slowdown coming in on 24 West as you're coming from the Murfreesboro area. But all in all, things actually looking really great this morning. I'm Jay Harper.
.706 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you being here. It is Monday, July 13th. And, of course, we have a lot to talk about, including the death of Lindsey Graham. And Brian Wilson joins us here on Nashville's Morning News. Brian, you spent, just remind us how many years you spent covering Washington, D.C., local television, and then on Fox News.
Well, I did 31 years, and the vast majority of that time, I mean, I was an anchor and local anchor there in Washington, and then I went to the Fox News channel where I covered the White House. But I spent a lot of years covering Capitol Hill during that time. Over the years, I probably, out of the 31 years, I'd say maybe 12, 15 years I worked covering Capitol Hill. And on occasion, I had the pleasure of covering Lindsey Graham, the senator from South Carolina who passed away, and I found him to be an interesting guy. I told this story on Facebook. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to repeat it. I would go to dinner sometimes if I was working late over at Union Station, which is near our office there in Washington, and I walked by. I was with a friend that I worked with, and we walked by, and we saw Senator Lindsey Graham dining alone at a table. And walked by and said, "Hello, Senator," because I covered the guy. I knew him. He knew me. And he said, "Hey, what are you doing? Sit down and join me for dinner." So wow. I did. Yeah. And we had a great conversation. He's a very interesting guy. He's a happy warrior. He is a guy who is described as a foreign policy hawk, a defense hawk. But he was always a happy warrior, and I walked away impressed with his intellect and his take on the politics of the moment. It's one of those rare moments where you sort of get an inside look at the person that you don't normally get to see in a situation like that. But I covered him for a lot of years and found him to be one of the more interesting politicians that I ever covered.
Well, he had an amazing background, Brian. I do want to play this audio bite. People are saying this is the pinnacle, one of the highlights of Lindsey Graham's career, where he was, as the Senate confirmation hearings for Brett Kavanaugh.
I was in the room when this happened. You may not remember, but this radio station sent me there to cover the confirmation battle over Brett Kavanaugh. And I was in the room when this happened.
I remember the program director at the time, Brian, really fought for you to go. Wonderful guy, if I remember him. Hold on one second.
I have vague memories of all that.
This is Lindsey Graham.
If you wanted an FBI investigation, you could have come to us. What you want to do is destroy this guy's life, hold this seat open, and hope you win in 2020. You've said that, not me. You've got nothing to apologize for. When you see Sotomayor and Kagan, tell them that Lindsey said hello, because I voted for them. I would never do to them what you've done to this guy. This is the most unethical sham since I've been in politics. And if you really wanted to know the truth, you sure as hell wouldn't have done what you've done to this guy. Are you a gang rapist? No.
I mean, just an incredible moment for Lindsey Graham. You call him, Brian, a happy warrior, and he was. And that was one of those moments, though, where you could just tell he really felt like this was personal.
He had enough at that moment, and it was a real shame what they were doing to Brett Kavanaugh, who was a great nominee. Anyway, one way or the other, he could muster that anger and use it effectively, and that was a turning point because I think Kavanaugh's nomination was in trouble up until that point. And Lindsey Graham basically shamed the Democrats for the tactics that they were using in that, and I think it turned the thing around for him. If Brett Kavanaugh is a justice today of the Supreme Court, I think it largely lies on the shoulders of Lindsey Graham. And, he was up to be the next chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Chuck Grassley, stepping aside, and he was up for it. And that's a bad thing because he would have been a very powerful ally for the president if there were to be a Supreme Court nomination. There's an Attorney General nomination that has been yet to be resolved, and that may now be in trouble because some of the Republicans don't like Todd Blanche, and so I'm not sure he can get through now. That's a question. Yeah. Here's an interesting statistic, though. You ready?
Sure.
And since 1954. There have only been 2 senators fill that slot.
Wow.
Yeah. There are 2 senators over 72 years. The last one was a guy named Strom Thurmond. And Lindsey Graham replaced the Strom Thurmond, who was in office until he was 100 years old and was first elected to that seat in 1954. So these positions don't come along very often, and there is really going to be some jockeying around. A lot of people in South Carolina who would love to be a senator are going to be, moving very quickly. I kind of think it's at least the appointment coming from the Republican Governor McMaster is going to be his Lieutenant Governor Pamela Yvette. Apparently, Governor Henry McMaster really likes her, and so does Trump. I'm told. So that seems likely, but I'm hearing a lot of other names. Nancy Mace is interested. His sister could be. That's something that happens. Family members are sometimes appointed. Sometimes wives are appointed, but he never married. But he did have a very close relationship with his sister, who he raised, by the way.
Yeah,
when his parents died at a very young age.
Yeah, his dad and mom, I guess they owned like a bar restaurant kind of a thing.
Right.
So the whole family lived in basically one room in the back of this bar. And so he was raised literally in a bar, and then he ultimately becomes an Air Force attorney, and he becomes a state lawmaker. Then he goes to Congress.
Colonel in the National Guard. Yeah.
That's right, colonel in the National Guard. Then he goes into the House of Representatives. Then he ends up in the Senate. He stayed in the, if I remember right, he stayed in the National Guard for a while as well. He didn't retire until a few, maybe 10 years ago, maybe, I think. So anyway, Lindsey Graham had an incredible life. One of the things that I've found very interesting, Brian, you'll remember this too, is the very rocky start that Donald Trump and Lindsey Graham had politically.
Donald Trump phone wars. It began after Senator Lindsey Graham slammed Trump yesterday on CBS This Morning.
Run for president, but don't be the world's biggest jackass.
Trump came right back at him.
And then I watched this idiot Lindsey Graham on television today, and he calls me a jackass. He's a jackass.
At a campaign stop in Graham's home state of South Carolina on Tuesday, he actually gave out Lindsey Graham's cell phone number.
He's like begging me to help him. And he gave me his number, and I found the card. I wrote the number down. I don't know if it's the right number. Let's try it. 202.
Within moments, Graham's voicemail was full.
Lindsey Graham is not available. The mailbox is full and cannot accept any messages at this time.
On Fox and Friends, Trump had this to say about giving out Graham's phone number.
No, I don't regret it. I mean, it seems to have gotten a lot of press, but I don't regret it at all.
I remember how crazy that was, Brian, where it's like Trump is giving his cell phone number out, and I mean, Lindsey Graham called called President Trump a xenophobe and just all of these different things.
It was rocky in the early going, and when they were competing for the nomination. But they became close friends, and Lindsey Graham decided this is something I think emblematic of his career. He would reach across to the aisle and work with Democrats. He could heal relationships. Mm-hmm. He could come on like gangbusters if he needed to, but he understood the importance of getting along. And it's really, if somebody had observed, he got into a lot of, if there was a major story happening in Washington, somehow he was in the middle of it.
Yeah.
He had this uncanny ability to sort of find himself right in the middle of things, and was really good at that. But he healed his relationship on the golf course with Donald Trump, and they are now very, very close friends. That has happened with Donald Trump and other people like Marco Rubio, for example. So not an unusual thing. Trump, if you upset Trump, you're going to get into it with him, and he's going to be rough. But he's always, it seems, open to me. To a reconciliation. He reconciled with Rubio. He reconciled with Elon. He reconciled.
J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance, perfect example. So that's not uncommon in Washington when you're in the heat of a campaign. But by the way, let me throw out a couple of other quick names.
Okay.
Scott Bessent, the Secretary of the Treasury, maintains a home in South Carolina.
Oh.
And I just saw that, and I thought it was interesting. The one name that I haven't heard, that I'm sort of surprised I haven't heard, and I don't know why, maybe there's a good reason for it, is Trey Gowdy, who is he's a former member of the House, but he's not currently serving any elected position. He works does a show on Fox, and he's an attorney right now, but well regarded within South Carolina. I'm a little surprised I haven't heard his name.
You know what? And they have no shortage of good people to fill that role. More with Brian Wilson coming up next. It is coming up on 7:16. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as weather goes, it is going to be partly cloudy this morning. Got some rain possibly by 2 or 3 o'clock, highs around 80. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Brian Wilson is joining us. And I want to play this audio from Donald Trump, talking about Donald Trump and Lindsey Graham and the big battle that they had for a long time. One of the things that Trump didn't like about Lindsey Graham, certainly years ago, was his friendship with John McCain, because we know that Donald Trump and John McCain did not get along. But obviously, the two, Lindsey Graham and Donald Trump, mended their relationship. This is what the president said I believe, on NBC yesterday morning, Sunday morning, hours after the death of Lindsey Graham.
He was great. He was unique in every way, actually. He was like a member of the family to me. It's very tough, actually. It's amazing.
Mr. President.
He was such an advocate. He was, if he wanted to get something, and he had a unique ability. He was able to deal with Democrats and Republicans. If I had a problem, a real problem, I wouldn't often ask. But if I had a problem with a Democrat, he could work it out. He was a great politician, actually.
So that Donald Trump, and he was obviously a big fan of Lindsey Graham. I liked Lindsey Graham. He had a lot of critics. People said that he was a warmonger and all those other things that people say.
Yeah, a neocon.
A neocon, yes. Neocon. Anyway, but, for me, I liked Lindsey Graham. We are going to have differences of opinion on various political items that are out there. But I think that, for Lindsey Graham, he was one of those that you never doubted his love for America.
No, you knew where he stood, and he could be a very powerful advocate for his cause. And there are a lot of people who come and serve in the Senate and never even really make a ripple. The public never really learns anything about them because they don't really accomplish much. But Lindsey Graham was in the middle of everything. He just came back from Ukraine.
Yeah.
Where he was looking, because he was a big supporter of what we're doing over there to help Ukraine, and was a big supporter of Zelensky's. So he just came back from that. In fact, you just heard Trump on Meet the Press yesterday. He came back and was exhausted, he told the president, and he was going to be on Meet the Press yesterday morning.
Mm-hmm.
But couldn't be there, of course, because he passed away. I mean, he was always going 100% all the time and never back down. He was, you were right, controversial in some quarters, and some Republicans didn't like him. But I found him to be a happy warrior, a man who got out there and was immensely effective as a senator. And I think the South Carolina's going to miss him. But it'll be interesting to watch. The primary is going to be August 11th.
Mm-hmm.
He was up for re-election in November, so they're going to do a quick snap primary to find out who's going to be replacing him on the Republican side of the equation. South Carolina, pretty reliable Republican state, so there's a pretty good chance that whoever gets the nomination or gets put in that position by the governor will run and likely win, I would imagine.
Well, one of the things I thought was interesting, and this is sort of not necessarily about Lindsey Graham, but it is sort of. So I'm watching Fox News. It's the day after the Sunday, so he had died on Saturday night, and you had the likes of Sean Hannity and a lot of these other Fox News personalities. And part of what they were doing was they were talking about their very friendly relationship with Lindsey Graham, to the point where, they talk about socializing with Lindsey Graham. And the thing, I'm curious as to your perspective on that, because as I was listening to all of this, I'm thinking, okay, I get the vibe of, remembering him. He was a guy that they interviewed a lot, and, he was somebody who was in the Senate for many, many years and so forth. But there was a part of me that thought, it feels a little weird to have all of these news people talking about this very personal relationship with Lindsey Graham, because I always thought that I live by this rule where you've got to keep politicians at arm's length, because you never know when you're going to have to criticize them. And so I'm wondering, do you have a perspective on that?
Well, I just told my story about, having dinner with him, which was just a complete surprise encounter and a spur of the moment kind of thing. I always looked at an opportunity like that one as an opportunity to get to know and develop that person as a good, reliable contact or source. When you need information, you gotta have people you can turn to who know what's going on. And so you do foster that relationship. I never felt like we had a friendship, but I thought that was very interesting. Others have had a warmer relationship with them. And you say news people. I heard Sean Hannity say he was a good friend, one of my best friends, and we play golf all the time. Sean Hannity, in my mind, is, as much as I like Sean and know him quite well.
Right.
Sean Hannity, I don't look at him as a journalist. I look at him as like you and me, an opinion giver.
Yeah.
So it's one thing for an opinion giver to develop that relationship. Very much different from somebody who covers him on a regular basis on the Capitol Hill beat, I think, to have that kind of, that would be way out of line, and you'd have to question that person's judgment, that reporter's judgment for getting too cozy. I will say this. You do have, when you're a reporter on Capitol Hill, you do have your pets.
Yeah.
Senators that you like and that you have developed a relationship with and that you can go to. And you need that because, if you're walking around the place with a camera crew and the cops come up and say, "What are you doing?" I said, "Oh, I'm supposed to meet Senator so-and-so here." I had a senator, I won't mention his name, who told me, "Yeah, use my name anytime you want to like that." Because if you said, I'm waiting here for Senator X, then they would leave you alone. But if you didn't have, something like that in your back pocket, you were just you were cruising looking for a soundbite, and you didn't really have anything set up, but you could still claim that you have. So, you had that kind of relationship with a few senators One of them was a former Senator Howell Heflin from Alabama. That it was a good source for me. And if he said, yeah, use my name anytime, it's fine. So you have those kinds of relationships, but that's very different from playing golf or having a social relationship with a senator. I draw the line of distinction as if you were a true reporter on the beat, covering the stories of the day. That's one thing. If you're an opinion giver, I think maybe the rules are a little looser on that.
All right, Mitch McConnell. I don't know if you've seen the photo, but he released a picture.
The photo came out, I think, because people were worried about, what's the Republican majority like, and is Mitch McConnell really dead? Some people were saying he was dead. It turns out the guy's not dead. Turns out he, according to him, at least, he didn't have a heart attack. He did have a fall and was unconscious, but didn't have a heart attack. And then he got to the hospital and developed a mild case of pneumonia. But that picture emerged shortly after we learned about the passing of Lindsey Graham, and I think those two things are connected.
Yeah. So because there are a lot of people that are saying that photo may be photoshopped and it's not a real photo. People are saying it's a photo from 2023. I don't know. I'm not an expert in those things. I know that you aren't either, but we'll have to wait and see ultimately if it comes out with a video.
Yeah, I think that you see a newspaper there, and and people. I don't know. I didn't double check this, but some people said, well, the newspaper was a current newspaper, so
which is exactly what it needed to do. All right, Brian, thank you very much for joining us as always, and
My
we'll
pleasure.
talk to you on Wednesday. It is 7:25 on Super Talk 99.7. Jay's got the news coming up at 7:30. Jay.
Yes, Dan, the average age of the U.S. Congress may surprise you. We'll have that story. Also, a new wave of attacks in Iran, and a popular Hollywood actor has passed away. We'll have those stories at the bottom of the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Coming up next, by the way, the fortune cookie battles continue on here in Tennessee. Details straight ahead. Dan Mandis here. For my friends at the Covered Patio, warmer weather means you want to spend more time outside. If you want to add more living space to your home, think about building or upgrading your patio. They've got motorized screens so that you can easily keep the patio open when you want some sun and closed when you want some shade. So your back screened in porch becomes a lot more enjoyable. Now they've got a ton of outdoor living options with motorized screens, patio covers, custom wooden decks, and outdoor structures. They've got a ton of options with styles for every budget. The Covered Patio is dedicated to fair prices and customized solutions for your specific home and space. Enjoy your home a lot more with an incredible patio upgrade from the Covered Patio. Reach out. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-695-2407. 615-695-2407. Online, thecoveredpatio.com. Thecoveredpatio.com.
31 minutes past 7 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. The forecast and the traffic report are coming up. The death of Senator Lindsey Graham at 71 years of age, and the continued absence of Senator Mitch McConnell, he's 84. All of this calls attention to the average age of U.S. lawmakers. ABC's Wayne Cabot has the info.
Never in history has Congress been this old. The U.S. Constitution sets the minimum age requirement to be in the Senate at 30 and the House at 25. It does not set a maximum. The average age of the current Senate is 64. Half the members are over 65. The oldest, Chuck Grassley in Iowa, 92. The youngest, John Ossoff of Georgia, 39. Average age in the House has soared from under 50 in the early 1980s to 58.
A new wave of attacks on Iran overnight. U.S. officials say airstrikes hit dozens of targets to weaken Tehran's ability to attack ships in the Strait of Hormuz. The strikes, they're in response to more Iranian attacks on ships yesterday. We hear now from ABC's Karen Hua.
All of this is pushing oil prices higher. Gas is up an average of 10 cents per gallon in the last week. Analysts say this will be the first weekly rise in gas costs since back in May. Now, before that new round of strikes yesterday, President Trump suggested the U.S. and Iran were close to a deal to move forward with peace talks. The White House insists negotiations will continue.
Back here in Middle Tennessee, detectives are investigating an apparent drowning that occurred last night in a Bellevue lake. According to Metro Nashville Police, just before 6 o'clock last night, they responded to the 7,000 block of McCrory Lane after a person jumped into Hutton Lake and did not come back up. Nashville Fire Department divers, they sadly found the person deceased in the water. Detectives, they're working to determine the circumstances surrounding the incident. The person's identity has yet to be released. And sad news out of Hollywood. Actor Sam Neill has passed away.
To millions, he was Dr. Alan Grant.
It's a dinosaur.
The reluctant hero of Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park. Sam Neill, the actor who brought quiet gravity to some of the biggest films of his generation, has died. Born in Northern Ireland and raised in New Zealand, Neill's career spanned more than 50 years. In 2023, he revealed he'd been treated for blood cancer. Earlier this year, Neill revealed that he was cancer-free after a groundbreaking treatment. Sam Neill was 78.
That is the latest news, traffic, and weather upcoming. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. 734 Super Talk 99.7. Celebrate America's 250th birthday by declaring your independence from low testosterone at the Low T Center. Now, you can start with a free T-test, stay on treatment for 90 days, and yes, you get $250 back. It is the Low T Center's 250 for 250. It is going on right now. Now, listen, guys, if you've lost a step or two, energy levels are down, brain fog, a lack of motivation, don't ignore the signs of low testosterone. Do yourself a favor and go to fixmylowt.com and get tested, get answers, and get your life back. I mean, you deserve it. A lot of guys, they're embarrassed to go get tested. It does happen to a lot of men. The smart ones seek answers and get help. Now, Low T Center is the place that you need to go. Don't forget that great deal. You can start with a free T-test, stay on treatment for 90 days, and get $250 back. It's the Low T Center's 250 for 250. It is going on right now. Visit fixmylowt.com and book your free T-test. That's fixmylowt.com. Offer ends on July 31st. Terms and conditions apply.
Well, we've got a couple of wrecks now. We do have a crash, 4th Avenue South at Cameron Street. And actually, the next issue is not an accident. It's a stalled vehicle. I-40 eastbound, the on-ramp from Hermitage Avenue there at exit 212. The right side of the ramp is blocked due to a broken down vehicle. I'm Jay Harper.
$7:38, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on into a Monday, July 13th. You see that Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell has now gotten into the game as far as the governor's race. Now, he's not running for governor, but remember Marsha Blackburn? Did this video come out? This commercial came out, was it last week with the fortune cookie? So the senator comes out with this commercial, we all talked about it, where she's like, talking about the dangers of China. She's breaking up fortune cookies and all that. I've actually got it. If I could have some video here, Sam. This is the Marsha Blackburn commercial that a lot of people were talking about.
How hard am I going to crack down on China? Well, here's a clue.
Marsha Blackburn worked with President Trump to take on communist China. As governor, Marsha will fight to protect Tennessee land from Chinese front companies, close loopholes, and hunt down every communist who tries to defy us.
It doesn't take a fortune cookie to figure it out. Here in Tennessee, we're going to stop communist China and protect Tennessee land.
So people are calling,
the music was there.
People are calling that racist. I don't know. I don't see that it's racist. Now, first of all, fortune cookies, they are a construct of America. They were made here in America. I mean, they don't have these in Asia.
Well, they were an adaptation of a Japanese like sweet treat that you finish your meal off with. So the Japanese Americans in California came up with them as something to go with the food.
Didn't Marsha Blackburn have a commercial where she was throwing China?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's along the same lines. So I'm just going to be honest with you, and people are going to hate me for this. I think it's funny. Like, people are saying it's a terrible commercial. Whatever. Every time I see it, I think it's funny. And they are the Blackburn people, they are unabashed. Like, this thing is running all over the place. So, you know, for people that are listening on the radio, if you've not seen the ad yet, she is, again, breaking up fortune cookies, whatever. So inside one of the fortune cookies, the slip says, Marsha Blackburn will close loopholes and hunt down communists. So, folks, and you pointed it out, and I just pointed it out too, Sam, that fortune cookies a construct of America. Now, beyond that, though, she has introduced legislation to stop China from buying farmland at the federal level. None have become law. She has supported amendments in the same spirit. Most of this can and will be handled at the state level. And Tennessee already has bills on the books and laws to deal with China buying farmland. But again, people are making fun of the commercial. I find it funny, whatever. So here's the thing, though. Now, and by the way, people that don't like Marsha Blackburn are skewering her. People that like her are defending the commercial. I'm just telling you right now, I don't have a candidate. I've interviewed Blackburn, I've interviewed Rose, I've interviewed Monty Fritz. All three of those hour-long interviews, by the way, are now on my Facebook feed. So had a couple of people actually over the weekend asking me where those interviews are. They are now on my Facebook page. You might have to scroll down a little bit, but they're all there.
Yeah, Dan is like Switzerland when it comes to who he's going to vote for. He's going to remain neutral until he's standing in line.
Here's my thing. And somebody asked me over the weekend, I'm going to say this one more time, who I'm voting for. Number one, I don't know yet. Number two, somebody asked me who I endorse. I don't endorse candidates. I never have. I'm not arrogant. And by the way, this is I'm not bashing anybody else who endorses candidates. I don't think that highly of I don't think so highly of myself that I'm going to endorse a candidate. I don't do it. I've been that way my entire radio career. Okay. Mayor Freddie O'Connell, though. I don't know if you saw this. He's got his own fortune cookie ad that is, I don't know if it's on TV. I saw it on the internet. I've got that for you coming up. Or is it time? Can we do traffic real quick here? And then I'll come back and, let's do traffic now. Then I'll come back and I'll play you Freddie O'Connell's. He actually doesn't even say anything in this commercial, but I'm going to describe for you what it is. And it's coming up here on WTN. Time to check the roads. Rain today, high around 80. All right, so Mayor Freddie O'Connell has his own version of the fortune cookie ad. He is sitting at a table, and by the way, I got video. He's sitting at a table.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, thanks. He gets a fortune cookie. Oh, what's this? He's just sitting there, and the fortune says, "Fear divides, Nashville unites." That's what Freddie O'Connell says. So, you know what? I'm honestly very typical Freddie message. Then at the end, he kind of looks at the camera. I go, okay. So now the Blackburn campaign has responded with this. You ready? Spare me, Mayor Freddie O'Connell. While you try to distract Tennesseans from the truth, here's the reality. You've put ICE agents in harm's way by doxing them, and you've had no problem giving away more than $1 million of Tennesseans' hard-earned tax dollars to pro-illegal alien groups. That is absolute truth. He also won't answer questions about it. I've had the folks from the Tennessee Star on here a number of different times talking about that. So I think Mayor Freddie, I think he needs to pipe down, Francis. So here's what it should actually say. Freddie O'Connell puts illegal aliens over Tennesseans, which is true. I mean, that's what they said in the ad. All of that is true. We've talked about O'Connell and what he has done with all of that. Congressman John Rose, by the way, so as far as the whole fortune cookie thing, I think Freddie O'Connell, if that's what he wants to do, fine. If he wants to sort of dive into the governor's race a little bit and try to make fun of Senator Blackburn, that is his right to do. I would be curious if any taxpayer dollars were used for that, but whatever. So it is true. Everything that the Blackburn campaign said is true about Freddie O'Connell putting ICE agents in harm's way by doxing them. And he has put illegal aliens over Tennesseans. That is absolute fact. Anyway, so now I was just on Facebook like moments ago. Apparently there is a new poll out. And now I don't know if people are joking. And you know how sometimes you jump on Facebook and then it just like automatically scrolls way down. So I don't know if this was like a joke poll or what. But somewhere there was supposedly a poll that has Monty Fritz way ahead of everybody else. Okay. I don't know if that was from the Fritz campaign or if it was from an organization that supports him, like the Tennessee Firearms Association. I don't know. But over the last few days, Congressman John Rose came out with a new poll showing his own campaign is gaining traction. Now, it's his campaign's poll that is showing him gaining more traction. And his own poll shows that she is up by 15 points. That is lower, though, than it was. So the narrative that Rose is trying to, and I like John Rose, I'm calling balls and strikes. So Rose's own poll is showing that he is gaining traction. Overall, here's what it says. Blackburn's lead in the race has slipped from 58 percentage points in January 2025 to 15 percentage points as of June 30th, according to John Rose's own poll. Rose spokesman Chris Devaney likened the congressman's rise in polls to that of now Governor Bill Lee in 2018. He says 8 years ago, almost no one gave our current governor a chance to win. He started in single digits, was written off by the pundits, and surged in the final weeks to win, Devaney said. He says, I was there. John Rose is on the same path, and the numbers now prove it. So I don't know. The polls are all over the place. I don't know which poll you believe. I don't know if you care about the polls. A lot of people don't care about polls. Myself, I'm trying to decide who I'm going to vote for. I don't care about the polls.
I'm perpetually online, and the kind of online temperature is starting to lean more towards Monty Fritz, and whoever is running his social media pages is doing a Spencer Pratt-esque job. Mm-hmm. That's how you reach, new voters. That's how you reach, technically new markets. I don't like that word in social media, but you got to use it. And Marsha and John Rose are falling short. They're not trendy. They don't know how to get with the hip language of certain things to maybe speak to the younger voter.
Right.
Or show the older voter that's got kids that you can relate. And that's huge when it comes to who's running the state.
Time will tell as to who wins this primary. Channel 5 is putting on a debate, inviting Monty Fritz, Marsha Blackburn, John Rose. Fritz and Rose will show, of course. We know that. Have they both said they're going to be there? I can't imagine they would not be there.
They both confirmed they're going to be there. I wonder if they'll serve fortune cookies.
So far, no word on, they could give fortune cookies at the door for people to show up. No word on whether or not Marsha Blackburn's going to show up. And again, not to keep harping on this, but she's so far ahead. She won't debate. We've gone over this many times. Politics 101. If you're so far ahead in the polling, you have no reason to debate. Trump did not debate in 2024. He refused. Same deal. He said, I'm so far ahead in the polls, I don't need to do this. Now, the question is, okay, so what polls do they pay attention to, right? Because if you have John Rose's poll, for example, and John Rose's poll says that he is gaining traction, it is his own campaign's poll, well, Marsha Blackburn's not going to listen to that poll. So I would be curious as to what, I don't know, the Tennessean shows or WSMV or, Fox 17, polling that is from media outlets and not necessarily from someone's campaign or from an organization that supports a candidate. For example, Americans for Progress. Love the people at AFP, right? But they are openly saying that they are supporting Marsha Blackburn. So I wouldn't trust they're running commercials. So I wouldn't trust a poll from AFP because they're supportive of Marsha Blackburn. Does that make sense? Like, I would rather, if I'm going to pay attention to polls, which I don't necessarily do, but it's got to be a poll where everybody is just neutral and it's a scientific poll. I guarantee you, if we did a poll right now on WTN, Daily Dan poll, it would be overwhelmingly Monty Fritz because not everybody, but a lot of people that listen to this station love Monty Fritz, right? We've already done, I think, 2 or 3 of those polls. And Monty won, I think, the last 2 of the 3 times that we've done a governor's poll. So, and by the way, we did talk about this before. One argument going around is if either Fritz or Rose drop out, would the remaining candidate defeat Marsha Blackburn, and who should drop out? We did do a Daily Dan poll on that. Who should drop out, Monty Fritz or John Rose? And what did people say?
Well, at the conclusion of this poll, with nearly 200 votes tallied, who should drop out? John Rose, with 70% of the vote.
From a very pro-Monty Fritz audience.
Yeah. That's because they're smart, sensible people who listen critically.
Okay, Sam, you know what? We know, Sam, we know you're all in for Monty Fritz. I let your first comment go, but now I've got to point it out. Sam is all in for Monty Fritz.
I'm sorry for complimenting the listeners.
No, I love the listeners. I want to make sure that people understand where you're coming from. People talk about plurality, right? So the number of votes cast for a candidate who receives more votes than any other, but does not receive absolute majority. So that's going to be a big deal as well. Somebody was asking me what happens in that case. Hold on. Thank you. Somebody was asking me if Marsha Blackburn does not get 50.1% of the vote. Is there some sort of a weird runoff like they do in California? No, there's not. Whoever gets the most number of votes gets to the next level, gets to the general election. So let's say Blackburn gets 45% of the vote, Rose gets 35% of the vote, and Monty Fritz gets 20% of the vote. In that scenario, the other than Blackburn vote is 55%, and Marsha Blackburn only gets 45%. Doesn't matter. Blackburn got the most votes, and there would not be any kind of a runoff. So, and people have talked about what they do in California with the jungle primary, all that kind of stuff. That is a legit conversation to have, I suppose. So that is the question. If Monty Fritz dropped out, which I don't think Monty Fritz and John Rose, I don't think they like each other, to be honest. But if Monty Fritz dropped out, then would the Fritz people vote for John Rose? Now, you're an unabashed supporter of Monty Fritz, and you said that you would stay home if Monty dropped out.
Yeah.
Okay. If John Rose was your person, and I want to, if you're on the super text line, text me. If John Rose is your candidate and he drops out, would you vote for Marsha Blackburn? Or would you stay home? I think that's a fair question to ask. We know that Marsha Blackburn's not going to drop out. I mean, that would be silly. She's doing so well. So anyway, I don't know. It's going to be fascinating to watch. The Monty Fritz people, and again, calling balls and strikes here, the Monty Fritz people that I know, and there's a lot of them, they swear Monty Fritz is going to win. They just bet their life on it.
Okay, I'm not swearing.
You are
there
very
is momentum. I think that there is some social chatter.
Sam, well, first of all, social chatter is important, but
when there are things getting thousands and thousands and thousands of views and responses in the comments, and other people are getting thousands of negative comments, it says something.
I want to know if they're going to have a chair for Senator Blackburn at the debate, Channel 5.
Please do. Channel 5, if you're hearing us, have a chair for her, and please, for the love of God, put a fortune cookie in it.
7:56 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, Jay has the news coming up at 8. Jay.
Yes, sir, Dan. A new round of strikes on Iran. More reaction to the sudden death of Lindsey Graham. And another case in Tennessee of a disease that was declared eliminated just 20 years ago. We'll have those stories again at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jay. 7:55 on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here for my friends at DT McCall's. They've been helping Tennesseans out for over 100 years with fair prices and outstanding customer service. Now, right now, they've got great deals on all things electronics, appliances, furniture, lawn and garden, and a whole lot more. So, bottom line is, if you need something for your home, check out DT McCall's in person or online. DT McCall's have been saving Middle Tennesseans money for, again, over 100 years. 4 generations of treating people right with a focus on savings and customer service. Now, first thing I do when I realize I need something for my house is I do go to dtmccalls.com, check out the latest specials, and typically I'll order right from the website. But if I do have to go see it in the brick and mortar store, I go and they help me out. They answer any questions I may have. The customer service is outstanding. So if you need anything for your home, garage, maybe your backyard, you only need to go to one place, and that is my place, DT McCall's. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online. Don't forget Carthage. Always online. dtmccalls.com. Tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Dan Mandis here for the Wellness Institute of Nashville and Dr. Kevin Mitchell. If you've been suffering from chronic back pain, neck pain, maybe knee pain, they can help you like they've helped so many others across Middle Tennessee, including me. Now, whether it is non-surgical spinal decompression, or their brand new Medical Bay One, they've always got the latest and greatest technology to help get you off the sidelines and back in the game. Now, again, they did it from years ago. They can do it for you today. Now, this Medical Bay One right now, it is amazing. They've got a great deal going on. You mentioned my name. You want to check out Medical Bay One. You get $33 off of each visit. It is the Epic Spinal Special. What is Medical Bay One? Bottom line, it uses red light technology and stem cell stimulation for tissue regeneration and healing. So have an active summer and feel like the person you used to be, courtesy of the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Brentwood Jewelry. Listen, why should you go to Brentwood Jewelry for all your jewelry needs? Well, why not? They are, simply put, the best in Middle Tennessee. They've got incredible selections on watches for both men and women for any budget, and great selections of Rolexes, both new and used. If pocket knives are your thing, they feature the William Henry collection, one of the best around. And by the way, if you're getting engaged, they've got everything from wedding bands to semi-mount engagement rings and a whole lot more. And guys, if you're looking for something for that special lady in your life, they feature bracelets and earrings and necklaces and a whole lot more. And again, all at great prices and selection and outstanding customer service. Brentwood Jewelry, they love America just like we do. You walk in, they've got flags all over the place. WTN might very well be playing on the radio. Find them there, 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Be sure and tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Exceptional styles, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. It's BrentwoodJewelry.com.
It's 8 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We'll have a weather forecast and another traffic report here in just a little bit. A new round of strikes on Iran as the ceasefire unravels, the renewed hostilities, creating a good bit of uncertainty over the Strait of Hormuz, with Iran claiming it is closed, while the Trump administration says, no, it isn't. Here's ABC's Mary Bruce. She's at the White House.
These fresh attacks are coming amid mixed messages about the Strait of Hormuz. After targeting commercial ships in the critical waterway for days, Iran declaring it's closing the Strait of Hormuz. But President Trump says that's not the case. He insists that it is open. Reopening the strait, of course, was at the heart of this memorandum of understanding that was intended to buy more time to negotiate a longer-term lasting nuclear deal, the issue at the heart of this conflict. But the two sides haven't even been able to get to that point amid these escalating back and forth strikes.
More reactions to the sudden death of South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. Here's Brian Clark.
Washington was shocked by the sudden death of Senator Lindsey Graham at 71.
There was no better advocate. He was a fantastic advocate in the Senate, and he could do things that other people, he was able to. If I had a really big problem with a certain Democrat, he could work it out.
President Trump speaking Sunday to CNN's State of the Union. South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster will appoint a replacement for the rest of Graham's term. Republicans will have to choose a new candidate for November's election. Democrats in Maine are in a similar position for a much different reason after Graham Plattner dropped out of the race following an accusation of sexual assault that he denies. But the executive director of Maine's Democratic Party, Devin Murphy Anderson, tells ABC whoever they choose will have a winnable race.
Susan Collins has remained more vulnerable than she's ever been before in her career. This is also the first election where she has to face us Maine voters since the overturning of Roe.
A state Democratic convention's been set for July 25th.
Back here in Tennessee, the State Department of Health on Saturday confirmed a second case of measles in Middle Tennessee. This comes after the Metro Public Health Department issued an alert on Friday about the first measles case of the year confirmed in Nashville, adding that the patient was in public during the infectious period over the 4th of July weekend. Officials said both individuals had been exposed to a confirmed measles case outside the state. Only one of them is known to have been fully vaccinated against the measles, according to the Department of Health. The other patient's vaccination status is not known. The individuals in both cases are reportedly recovering at home. That's the latest news. Stand by for traffic and weather. They're both coming up. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Still pretty much working on these couple of issues we've had here for, about an hour, I guess. 4th Avenue South at Cameron Street. There's a wreck on the south side. Staying on the south side, that stalled vehicle still has part of the on-ramp from Hermitage Avenue onto I-40 eastbound. That on-ramp still partially blocked. That would be exit 212. I'm Jay Harper.
.806 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends, and welcome on into the final hour for today's broadcast, at least for me, Monday, January 13th. I should say July 13th. I don't know why I said it's January, because certainly you walk outside, it does not feel like January. It is Monday, July 13th.
I've never heard of time-traveling Alzheimer's.
No, but apparently I would be the first, which is great. Anyway, real quick, so we're talking about the fortune cookie stuff, so this is very funny. We all know the whole Well Dan episode from when Senator Blackburn was on with me, and I asked, I forget what question it was, but she was clearly annoyed with me. And she started out the conversation with, well, Dan, and I remember Johnny was was sitting in the seat there where Sam sits now. And we finished the interview. And then I asked Johnny, I said, Johnny, did I get, like, was that snarky or did I? Johnny says, oh, no, that was snarky. That was definitely snarky. I forget what the question even was, but clearly the well Dan has been something that has now lived on in WTN lore for many, it's been, years now, I think. So Sam has made a fortune cookie Marsha Blackburn meme, and she's opening up the fortune cookie, and it says, well, Dan. So it's very funny. So if you're watching on Super Talk TV, you can see it there. And very funny, Sam.
This is the true purpose of AI editing, just so people know.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's not about Skynet taking over, Terminator situations.
No.
It's about the pentultimate meme creating ability.
And by the way, people are also saying that speaking of AI, they're also saying that even if Mitch McConnell came out with a video, it could still be done with AI. So, I have no idea how anybody is going to prove the naysayers when they say that Mitch McConnell is alive and well. Like, I don't know what.
They have to walk out into public.
Yeah, he's going to have to walk out into public because there's a video. There's so much stuff online today, but there is a video, and I scrolled right past it, but it's an AI video of Mitch McConnell. He's getting out of bed, and he's doing like a Michael Jackson moonwalk kind of a thing and a whole dance. And it looks real. It does look real. So clearly it's not. But anyway, so that's where we are on this Monday, July 13th. All right, Donald Trump has made an appearance on Fox News, and it is this morning, and it is the president remembering Lindsey Graham. I'm just going to play a couple of real quick sound bites. I've been covering this off and on throughout the morning. Hey, one question, Sam, and can you grok this for me? And maybe Jay knows this question. So Lindsey Graham died of an
aortic dissection.
Aortic dissection, which is basically a rip.
Yeah. It can be caused by a couple of things, but typically, as we heard from someone, plaque buildup and a chunk of that rips loose. There's two types of aortic dissection, type A, type B. Type A is the big, they would like the heart attack, they call it a widowmaker. It's where it rips through the wall on the outside, and you got like a 2% survival rate.
So here's my question. And you know what? I wish I could get Dr. Manisethi on. But remember how the story goes. You've got Lindsey Graham. He gets home from Ukraine, and he is talking to a number of different people on the phone. And he said, yeah, I'll go to the doctor after my MSNB, or I should say same thing, NBC hit tomorrow, because he had a couple of media hits ready. Had he gone to, this is my question, had he gone to the doctor right away when at 71, he starts feeling that chest pain, would they have been able to save him? That's a question. Because, I don't know. Hey, Jay, you ever have chest pain?
Yeah, I have.
Did you go straight to the doctor?
I did go to the emergency room on one occasion, yeah.
I did too. When I had now, as people might remember, turns out that day I had a lot of caffeine. Like, even for me, I had a ton of caffeine. So it turns out I did not have a heart attack. But if we could learn anything from Lindsey Graham's death, it's like, you know what? When you start feeling chest pain, especially the older that you get to the doctor immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there are different symptoms with different people. I mean, it could just be a tightness, a shortness of breath that seems a bit unusual.
Yeah.
As opposed to, just this bone-chilling pain. I mean, it could pop up in, this problem pop up in a myriad of different ways.
And the thing is, he was still talking on the phone. He said, well, I'm tired and my chest hurts, but I'll go to the doctor later. So it doesn't sound like it was a real quick thing that happened out of nowhere. It sounds like it was kind of building up.
And it's one of those things that it can be and it can't. It also depends on the type whenever they release. If it was a type A, That is the most dangerous and the common fatal form.
Yeah.
The overall mortality rate is 20 to 30% within the first 24 hours, even with emergency surgery. Type B is the lower aorta, which is the less lethal and can be managed medically, sometimes with even having to have a surgery, apparently, and have survivor rates in the 80 to 90 percentile. So it was probably type A. It may not have come on quick per se, but when it actually punches through the aortic wall on that side, it's
so there are
minutes.
little signs, and then boom, it hits you.
Yep.
But, Dan, I think Senator Graham's reaction to all of it is so typical of many men. Like, I'm tired, stress, blah, blah, blah. We tend to just kind of blow things off when perhaps we shouldn't. I know I'm that way, And
it took them 25 minutes to get into his townhouse because it was deadbolted. Which, I mean, if I'm Lindsey Graham, I'm going to deadbolt my house too. But there's some woman who was on the phone with 911 driving from Baltimore to his townhouse who was saying to the police, you've got to get there. You've got to get there. And the police or the paramedic was saying, well, it's deadbolted. We need Metro Police to force the door open so that we can get in there and help them. It was 25 minutes between the phone call to 911 and by the time they actually got in to perform CPR. Don't know how long he had been dead, but probably for a few minutes at least. So Donald Trump is talking about Lindsey Graham. This is the president on Fox News this morning.
Well, I don't feel great. He was a great guy, and he was a friend. He would call me all the time. He would just I'd say, stop calling me Lindsey. It was amazing. He just didn't stop, and he was a worker. He was a total workaholic politician. Now, some people don't call that work. Some people call that a lot of talking. But everybody loved him. He was good on the other side. If I had Democrat problems, he could solve them. He was a man of all different abilities, actually, and he was a nice man. He was a great guy.
Yeah, and one thing we have not touched on was where his parents died at a very early age, and so he basically raised his sister, and that's why he and his sister are so incredibly close. And both his parents passed away his first year of law school. So his first year of law school, he's trying to do what people do in law school and get acclimated and all those things. And then his parents die. So now he is basically trying to help or actually raise his sister. And he was able to overcome all of that to become a state lawmaker, an incredible attorney. He was an attorney for the Air Force. He ends up as a congressman, then a senator, and a very powerful senator at that. So, you know what? Love him or hate him. A lot of people loved him. A lot of people hated him. A lot of people didn't care about Lindsey Graham. But for me, I may quibble with his foreign policy. I used to be like where Lindsey Graham is, and I think this is true of the entire Republican Party. And I'm not bashing Lindsey Graham by any stretch, but for a long time, I was like hawkish, like Lindsey Graham. I'm kind of going more towards the middle these days. And so I would probably have some arguments with Lindsey Graham about our foreign policy policies and some of the things that we're involved in. I mean, certainly I've talked about it here before on WTN, on Nashville's Morning News. But you know what? I mean, overall, I think a stand-up guy. So anyway, it is 8:15, time to check the roads on WTN. $8:17 as far as your weather goes. It's going to rain today and possible rain. And that rain is going to start about 2 o'clock. And then we'll see highs right around 80 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Boy, people sure chiming in on the Super Text line on a number of different things. One person, Jackie, says out of Florida. Well, it's a Florida area code. Dan, I like Monty, but feel like John has a better chance. I would vote for either of them just to keep Marcia out. Jackie says that Monty is his or her first choice. 5069 out of Tennessee. I will not vote for Marcia Blackburn. Sick of holding my nose to vote. AJ says Monty Fritz is not going to win. If John dropped out, I would vote Fritz, but I'll vote for the Republican in November. Isn't that where most people are? Or is that where you are, Sam?
Yeah.
I know Chris said that the other day, where he's all in for Fritz.
Yeah.
But he's for the Republican, whoever it is, after the primary heading into the general election.
This is like a ship that you just don't steer into the rocks, right? As long as you keep the basic formula the same, the state's going to do fine. I think that there's obviously a candidate, from my perspective, that could push the state forward more in one term as governor compared to the other two. That's what I read into it. But either way, we're going to be fine as a state. No one needs to be freaking out over who's going to win. We all are going to have preferences.
In my opinion, we have three good choices.
Yeah.
I've said that ad nauseum.
Yeah.
My opinion is we have three good choices. Trevor says, I'll stay home for Blackburn. 2931, no to Blackburn unless general election. I've talked about this before. I think a lot of people in this audience, they have a problem with her certifying. Do you know what I think? I'm gonna put my conspiracy hat on. All right. So I have no proof of this whatsoever. But do you know what I think? I think that the politicians that voted to certify the election for Joe Biden, I think they did so under duress. I think they were threatened.
Yeah.
I think that there was a new administration coming in, Biden. I think that he was going to get confirmed one way or another. And I think that they were scared that they were going to face some sort of criminal charge. And I think that's what happened.
They already, his FBI monitored their phones.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The FBI monitored their phones. And I just, I'm not excusing the certifying of the election, but I do think that that's what happened. I think they were looking at threats, and I think they were probably looking at threats from, and again, I've got no proof. This is me talking out my you-know-what, but that's the only thing that I can think of. The only thing that I can think of is that they were threatened. And the incoming administration, the Biden administration, threatened them and said, if you don't certify this, we will go after you and we will bury you in lawsuits. We will bury you in charges or whatever it may be. And you look at what was going on that day and how crazy it was that I was on the air at that day. But Brian was there on the mall. Brian was there at the Capitol. We all remember how crazy that was. And I think that, as Senator Blackburn said, I forget exactly what she said, but something about, living for another day or going on to fight another day or something like that. Personally, just me talking, I think there were threats. And we know how the Democrats play, right? Don't we all know how the Democrats play?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, again, not excusing it, but I'm just telling you that is my theory. All right, it is 8:22 on Nashville's Morning News. And Jay has the news coming up at 8:30. Jay.
Yes, sir, Dan. Again, the remembrances of Senator Lindsey Graham continue to pour in. We'll have more of that. Also, more strikes on Iran. They're continuing from overnight and into this morning, apparently. And we'll also have the story of a drowning in a Bellevue lake. That's all coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mendes here. One of your biggest priorities in life is to protect your family. And if the power goes out in your neighborhood, you need to get it back on quick. Now, you need my friends at the Generator Supercenter. Now, you've no doubt seen the horror stories. Maybe a lot of you have lived through these situations where the power is out for days or weeks at a time. The Generator Supercenter provides backup home standby generators at a terrific price. Yes, outstanding customer service as well. I want you to go to their website right now, find out how you can save $500. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. That website, GeneratorSuperCenterofNashville.com, and see how you can get started. Now, at the Generator Supercenter, they feature turnkey installation, certified plumbers and electricians, and service after the install, and a whole lot more. So the power goes out in your neighborhood. You've got a backup power generator, and your power goes right back on. And the Generator Supercenter, they also have their generators made right here in America. So call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out at 615-879-1952. Get your backup home standby generator from the Generator Supercenter, 615-879-1952. Don't forget to check out their website, GeneratorSuperCenterofNashville.com, GeneratorSuperCenterofNashville.com, and see how you can save $500. 828 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, real quick, President Trump on Fox News, and he is talking about what is going on in the Strait of Hormuz.
He was a friend. He would call me all the time. He would I'd say, stop calling me, Lindsey.
Apparently that's the wrong cut. Awesome. Well, he was talking about I love when this happens. You know what? I've got so many audio bites open. Here it is, real quick. I don't have video for this. This is audio only. Okay, Sam? This is the president on the Strait of Hormuz.
What's your response?
Well, we're taking over the strait. They have nothing. They've got nothing. So something that nobody knows, yesterday they had an 11-hour meeting. Everything's 11 hours with these guys. You know, you can't settle a one sentence in 1 hour, in 1 minute. It should be 1 minute. And everything was agreed to yesterday. And they leave the room, and they call back, and they say, we had to make a couple of changes. I said, changes? They got to make changes? We're not going to make changes. Always changes. They just, they're professional negotiators. That's all they are. I don't even call them good at it. They haven't gotten anything. They got nothing from me. But if you look, for 47 years, they've been tapping people along, presidents. Every president got tapped along, didn't do anything, and they became more and more powerful. This should have been done 47 years ago. Shouldn't have been allowed to start.
So the president essentially saying that we will be taking over the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran has been stringing the United States and our allies and the negotiators along, and that conversation does continue in what seems to be a never-ending conversation with Iran and the United States. It is 8:30 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 8:30. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Hang on. We've got that forecast and another traffic report for you. In fact, we've got an accident that has got some things really blocked up. We'll pass that on here, so just stand by. It'll be just a few moments. After his sudden death, South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham continues to be remembered on Capitol Hill.
There was perhaps no Republican in Congress closer to President Trump, Graham serving as a key advisor and defender, the pair often seen golfing. Trump saying Graham was like a member of his family and that he spoke with him the night he died. Just hours before his death, the South Carolina senator had returned from Ukraine, meeting with President Zelensky.
I've never been more optimistic than I am today that we have the formula to end this war.
A 2-decade veteran of the Senate who also served in the House, he was the last of a trio of Senate best friends that included John McCain and Joe Lieberman. They called themselves the Three Amigos.
The U.S. launching several waves of strikes on Iran into Monday morning over an Iranian attack on a container ship in the Strait of Hormuz. ABC's Allison Kosick reports.
The U.S. and Iran entered negotiations last month based on a memorandum of understanding signed by both countries. But President Trump suggested last week that interim deal was over. But talks were held this weekend in Oman, though U.S. negotiators did not attend. The U.S. had expected Iran to publicly commit to stop attacking ships in the strait following those negotiations.
In a statement from U.S. Central Command, Iranian air defense systems, as well as radar sites, missile and drone equipment, and small boats were all hit, adding fighter jets, ships, and aerial drones, as well as naval drones. Those are all of the pieces of equipment that were used in those strikes. Back here in Middle Tennessee, detectives investigating an apparent drowning that occurred last night in a Bellevue lake. According to Metro Nashville Police, at around 6 o'clock last night, police were called to the 7,000 block of McCrory Lane after a person jumped into Hutton Lake and did not resurface. Nashville Fire Department divers found this person deceased in the water. Detectives are working to determine the circumstances around the incident. The person's identity has yet to be released. That is the latest news, traffic, weather. They're both coming up. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. 8:32, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. And yes, I do agree that times are tough. And if you need a new car, truck, or minivan, maybe an SUV, Mid-10 Ford can help you out with great selection and terrific pricing as well. They have been around for 56 years, since 1969. helping people get the vehicle that's right for them. Now, right now, you can save $1,000 or more on select Ford trucks. They also offer special financing as well if you need it at Mid-10 Ford. Now, they are literally a one-stop shop for all things Ford vehicles. Now, you can buy your car there. You can get it serviced as well. They've even got a body shop, and if you need a brand new or pre-owned truck or vehicle, you can always check it out. All the great deals online, mid10fordtrucks.com. That's mid10fordtrucks.com. They offer low-pressure sales, maximum customer service as well. This is a family-owned business going back, count them, 4 generations. So they know how to treat you right, so let them help you get into your next car, truck, or SUV. So stop by Mid-10 Ford, 1319 Foster Avenue. That's 1319 Foster Avenue. Call them 615-949-2737. Visit them online, mid10fordtrucks.com. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram as well. Mid-10 Ford, where trust comes first.
Briley Parkway westbound at I-24. This is around exit 18. We've got a crash there. It was blocking some lanes earlier. They've pushed everything over to the right shoulder, but traffic still, as you can imagine, affected. 24 westbound at the Spring Street Ellington Parkway exit. We have a crash on the east bank there. And 40 westbound, the off-ramp to Linwood Road. This is out in Wilson County. The ramp partially blocked as there is a crash there. That's exit 245, by the way. I'm Jay Harper.
.837, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Why are we playing The Boys Are Back in Town? This brings back memories for me.
Because it's Monday. The boys are all here.
Oh, yes. Okay. Jay is here. He's a guy.
Yes, I am.
Why is Jay so weird sometimes?
I don't know.
Jay, we love you, man, but sometimes Sam's here. Me and Chris are here as well.
You know what I did last night?
What's that?
I always do the weirdest things. I'm like, Monday the 13th. Feels like that should be worse than Friday the 13th.
See, I've always said that.
So I went down the rabbit hole of why it was Friday the 13th, because I'm sitting there with my wife, and I don't know. I was like, was this a thing before the movies? And she was like, I think so. And I went down the rabbit hole. Do you know why that's a thing? It's all because of Christianity. 100%.
Why?
Friday the 13th is because of Christianity, because Jesus was crucified on a Friday, and there were 13 individuals at the Last Supper.
But how did they combine the two?
They just those were always unlucky separately, and then they lumped them all in together. And then there was a Knights Templar mass arrest that they said happened on Friday, October 13th, ordered by King Philip IV of France.
Sure.
And that's frequently cited as the origin as well.
Was that the dude with the dope mask?
It might have been. But here's the thing. I just think I thought that was cool because, like, there's so much Christian influence that you don't even know.
Yeah, but
it's everywhere.
Well, am I going to get, like, struck down by lightning if I say the Christians got it wrong? Because...
Oh, whoa. Hot
listen,
take. Whoa,
listen.
Whoa.
No. I'm
Back
saying,
it up, Danny. Back it up.
Monday the 13th is much worse.
I'm with you.
And how do we know, I guess... Very good, Sam. Sam's on a roll today. His whole thing with the well, Dan.
You got a little jump scare there from that lightning.
Little bit.
If you're watching on Super Talk TV, yeah, the Well Dan fortune cookie is now prominently posted on our Facebook page.
So what did we do? So this is the station Facebook page.
Yeah. So Dan's Sam sent it to me.
Okay.
I sent it to Rich, the guy that runs the Facebook page down in the big office on the corner.
Right.
And I said, Rich, you need to post this. I said, put the caption, who do you like in the governor's race? Hashtag Tennessee. And it's been up for less than 30 minutes, and there's 46 comments.
And let me guess, everybody wants Monty Fritz.
How did you know?
Because I know this audience. And every time I say something nice about John Rose or Marsha Blackburn, I'm called a rhino.
Yeah. Many such cases. Okay. I hope everybody understands. Dan said he was going to vote for Monty. He's just not deciding until he gets in line.
Is that what it is, Chris? Is that what it is?
That's what he said off the air.
No, that is not even close to what I said off the air.
He said, well, Chris.
Well, Chris. You know what? I need to start welling people.
Well, Dan.
Well, Chris. Well, Sam.
It works better when your name is Dan.
No, he said to me, he said, I haven't decided who I'm going to vote for. I said, well, when are you going to decide that you're voting for Monty? He said, maybe when I'm in line.
You know what? Have you ever done that, though? Did we talk about this? So have you ever, like, not known who you're going to vote for until, like, the day of?
It's like a little voting roulette kind of thing?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, is this the earliest you've decided that you're going, because you're for Monty Fritz. Is this the earliest
I'm for Monty in the primary, and I'll support any Republican in the general.
Yeah. Okay.
But I get your point when you're like, nobody cares about my opinion. I don't think anybody cares about my opinion, but
have you ever voted early and then something happened between the early voting and election day that made you regret your vote?
No.
Yeah.
I don't vote early. I know it happened to a lot of Democrats in Pennsylvania, though, after the Fetterman-Oz debate.
Yeah, it did. I don't vote real early. Like I usually like to vote on election day. I'm one of those old codgers that likes to vote on election day.
I'm with you.
Yeah. But I haven't decided yet, and I probably won't. Traditionally, do you know who you're going to vote for pretty quick?
Yeah,
like it's just a thing.
Yeah,
it's just an innate sense of.
Yep.
Okay. How about you, Jay? You know who you're going to vote for pretty quick?
Oh yeah, usually my mind's made up pretty early in the process.
Yeah. Sam, what about you? I know what Sam's going to say.
Yeah.
Maybe I just suck.
No, I wouldn't go that far.
I really think about my votes.
You're
patient.
I
really do. I'm patient, and I pay. And sure.
Well, and at the state level, it really matters.
Yeah, it does. That's the thing.
On the federal level, your vote's going to be canceled out by an illegal alien. So who cares?
That's exactly right.
That doesn't matter.
Have you seen this? We got a video here, Sam. So, have you seen this video of the guy who gets hit, like head butted by a bison?
The bison? Oh my gosh! Yeah. Yes.
All right. So if you're watching on Super Talk TV. Some dude who looks really old, and
this is at Yellowstone, by the way.
Yeah, he's actually wearing suspenders, and he's got a camera, and he's taking a picture of a bison.
Is he also wearing a belt? Have you noticed there's a large portion of the suspender community that also wears a belt?
I I have not noticed that.
Have you ever
actually
seen suspenders in the wild?
No.
I've seen it many times, and over the past few times that I've seen the suspenders in the wild, they're also wearing belts, and I wanted to be like, hey, guys.
Yeah.
The point is one or the other.
Mm-hmm. I guess. I don't see that he's wearing a belt.
You off on a tangent now?
No, I've never actually had the thought to wear a belt. This poor guy, though, is it wrong to laugh?
No, it's not wrong to laugh at all.
So this guy,
you get exactly what you deserve.
Well, if this is a Yellowstone, and if you're watching on Super Talk TV, I think he's going to be okay. This poor guy, he's got to be like 70. And this bison just, knocks him, and he goes flying like, what, 8-10 feet in the air? Is that what you would say that is?
Yeah, he ended up with a broken leg.
65.
65 years old.
Yeah, broken hip and reportedly the leg in multiple places, including the femur.
Ooh.
Oh, that you break the femur? Like that is...
it's like a death sentence, isn't it?
Well, especially at an advanced age, it can really be problematic, yeah.
And it's just... We talk survivor skills sometimes, like the awareness to hide behind trees, and not very big ones at that. And for people wondering, well, what about the guy shooting this? He's definitely using like a semi-pro level camera with an extended lens. The guy shooting this is 20 to 30 feet back of that bison at the time it decides to get up and start.
I'm trying to figure out, though, what did he do to provoke the bison, aside from taking its picture?
Capture its soul on his cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
They don't like that.
Well, there were witnesses that said that the guy didn't do anything to provoke the animal, that it's mating season for these animals, and they suspected that he may be testosterone fueled.
The guy with the suspenders was encroaching on his lady.
Yeah, maybe so, man.
He had to be airlifted to the hospital.
Yeah. But they said he was joking. The guy's name, Carl Issa McDaniel, said he was joking with folks on the scene after it happened.
I don't know how you're supposed to process that you've been launched into the air by a wild animal.
He got launched.
Yes, he did.
I'm waiting for the memes because when you look at this
the freeze
video,
frame.
Yeah, the dude is just right there. If you're watching on Super Talk TV, like that is a meme waiting to happen.
I thought it was AI when I first saw it because of how quickly he took off.
The first time I saw it was in meme form, and it was the guy's midair, and it's like, "Yep, that's me." I bet you're wondering how I got here.
That's very funny. All right, since you're talking survival skills, who here knows how to ward off a shark attack? I know you know everything, Sam. So I'm going to go to Chris and then Jay first. Do you know if you are getting attacked by a shark?
Yes, I know exactly how. I actually saw this in a movie once.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay, go.
You use the bat shark repellent spray.
Okay, Jay?
Poke him in the eye.
Attaboy. Well, no, Jay.
Nope.
No.
I'll give the answer.
Go ahead, Sam.
You punch it in the nose.
Oh, you're wrong, Sam.
You know what? You're
wrong.
You know what the former Senate candidate in Maine would have said? You rape that shark to assert dominance.
That's the dolphin's job.
That's fair.
Jay was partially right, so I called him out as wrong. Because you gotta.
Well, Jay, you were the closest, so I'm gonna say that you were wrong.
I'm the closest without going over.
You gotta poke him in both eyes.
Both eyes.
Both eyes, because they got two.
Well, when you're out surfing, you got one hand free. You punch him in the nose.
This was a couple of guys who were stranded, like with life vests, and I read the story late at night. I don't remember all the details, but their boat sank. And so they're on with the life jackets, and they're just sort of hoping somebody rescues them. And this big shark comes up and starts like grabbing the guy's life raft. And this big shark, like 13-foot shark, and the guy's trying to bop him on the nose, Sam, and it didn't work.
Oh, he probably hit like a girl.
And so then the guy's trying to hit him on both sides of his shark face, and it didn't work either. Finally, he took his finger right there in the eyes.
Really?
And the shark just went away.
I feel like that's the quickest way to lose an arm or a hand.
Yeah.
Well, if he's eating you or going to eat you, then you might as well give up an arm or a hand to save your entire life or body. Right, Jay?
I'm in total agreement with the host.
Thank you, Jay. Jay just wants this to be done.
Why didn't the gentleman in Yellowstone attempt that with the bison?
Yeah.
Let me poke you in the eyes, bison.
Does anybody know? It seems like it's a foolproof strategy.
Because the bison launched him from the behind.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. The guy, I mean, he got launched from his buttoccular area.
So bovine animals, my grandparents had some cows. They like to throw their heads up like that.
Yeah.
So that's not just bison. Cows will do that to you too. Sends you flying.
By and large, if you poke anything in the eye, I'm assuming that it's gonna like scamper away.
Hit the shark. So Grok says,
scurry up.
Hit the shark only if it's actively attacking. Target the eyes, the gills, or the snout, which are the most sensitive areas. Use fists, elbows, knees, or a hard object like a knife, spear. You just have a spear on you. Camera.
Floating in the middle of the ocean. Where's my spear?
Be aggressive. Repeated strong strikes can often make the shark retreat.
Okay.
If bitten, fight back aggressively. Don't play dead.
It's a good take.
I'm going for the eyes. And I hope that I haven't like cut my fingernails so that it's nice and sharp.
You kind of got to go past the mouth to get to the eyes, right? Like you got to hope that it doesn't get you to get them on.
Right.
What if it's a hammerhead? Then you're really reaching out there like that.
It's true.
Do hammerheads?
Their eyes are on the ends of their...
No, but do hammerheads go after people?
Yeah.
It's very rare. Very rare.
Thank you, Jay.
Yep.
It's a tiger shark and a great white.
The bull sharks are the most dangerous to people.
Okay.
Sand sharks are just fun to punch.
There's a lot of bull sharkery on this show.
It's full of bull shark.
Bull shark. Bull shark. Anyway, all right, moving right along. What else we got? What do you got, Chris?
I liked the video though. I could watch it.
So you
and
liked
over
the
again.
video?
I did.
All right, very good. Well,
there's a video also of a guy that was doing a news report outside of Yellowstone. This reporter, and he goes, "What is that? Oh, not today. Not messing with that. Not messing with that today." And he like jumps back in his car and closes the trunk.
See, I don't know. There's cars around. The guy chose not to jump in a car. That's what I would have done.
I think the whoever's in that white car was trying to pull up, it looks like. Because that car comes kind of speeding up. He was with someone who runs off. And it just, that white car comes speeding up in the background, but it's...
Do you think the person that ran off, you think when they met back up in the hospital, he's like, man, thanks for running off.
Where were you when I needed you?
It's exactly right. It should be you in the hospital with your butt with puncture wounds.
Why don't you attempt to poke him in the eye?
They don't really have extra seating on the air evac.
Sally says the best way to ward off a shark attack is to swim faster than those around you. I've got a question.
Actually, it's to pick a scab on your best friend and then take off swimming.
How do you escape quicksand? Remember when we were kids?
Here's the thing, and this is like one of the greatest psyops in human history. I was raised thinking that there would be quicksand around every corner.
Me too. I was but I want to know, how do you escape quicksand?
Now as an adult, there is no quicksand. It's a myth. It's an urban legend.
Quicksand exists.
Oh, absolutely.
Not in the way you think it does.
Well, I grew up on the Mississippi River south of New Orleans, and there was quicksand along the river there.
But it's not like human swallowing sand.
Is it human swallowing, Jay?
Well, it's pretty darn deep. I got stuck in some when I was about 13 or 14.
Let the record show that Jay did not confirm it was human swallowing, and Jay being here is confirmation and receipt of it.
The only reason I'm here is that there was a low-hanging tree branch that I grabbed onto and pulled myself out of it.
Quicksand acts as a non-Newtonian fluid, specifically a shear thinning fluid. It appears solid and tricks you into stepping on it. However, you cannot be sucked entirely under because the human body is less dense than quicksand.
Thank you.
You will only sink halfway.
Yeah.
Not
like I say,
human swallowing.
I did sink about a little higher than my waist, but managed to pull myself out.
Valerie says yes. Quicksand does exist. By the way, it is Shark Month on TV, I guess, this month.
That's true. Yeah.
Right.
They still doing that?
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
That's the highest rating. What is it, Discovery Channel?
Did you ever watch the original Sharknado?
No.
The Sharknado movies?
No.
Oh, my goodness. They were so dumb.
Never seen them.
Never understood what the appeal was or why all of these Hollywood celebrities had to be in Sharknado. Never understood it.
I did see Fonzie jump the shark, but, that was a long time ago.
That was the original Jump the Shark.
Correct.
My favorite skit around it would be Shark Bait by Steve-O.
Okay.
It's the one where he hooks his cheek and then goes for a swim.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
By the way, 1806, you have triggered the suspenders wearing people.
Oh.
You have suspenders that attach onto the belt rather than clip on the pants.
But why would you need both?
1806 says, well, Chris.
Why would you need both?
I've never worn suspenders.
I don't know.
You've never worn suspenders?
No.
I have with tuxedo.
Oh, you know what?
I've worn suspenders.
Yeah.
But I had somebody there to dress me.
I wore them at my wedding to look classy.
Yeah.
But I did not wear a belt.
Yep, nor did I.
I don't know what I did.
So listen, sometimes you got a little extra muffin right there. You need a little extra help holding it up.
Can we not talk about your muffin again?
Not my muffin.
That'd be really cool. All right, 8:54. Jay's got the news coming up. Jay.
Yes, sir, Dan. Another round of strikes on Iran as the ceasefire looks like it's just a thing of the past. We'll hear more from what's going on with Mitch McConnell and a Hollywood actor. A Hollywood actor passing away that took many folks by surprise. We'll have those stories at the top of the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here. Big day you need to keep in mind. It is Friday, August 7th. The Glock store is having a VIP day featuring the brand new O-Side optics. Now, I don't know if you've seen these, but the reviews have been phenomenal. Bigger, clearer viewing window and an excellent value for the price. It's got a longer battery life and multiple brightness settings as well. Now, what do I always say about the Glock store? The latest and greatest. And of course, on Friday, August 7th, from noon till 5, you are going to get a chance to check out these O-Side optics up close. You'll be hands-on with O-Side optics in the Shoot 270 shooting rooms. You get expert CCW tips and tactics, learn red dot install and bore sighting techniques as well, and enjoy a delicious catered lunch. Now, when you buy your tickets, you're going to get a big bag full of gears worth over $2,000, and that's going to include a brand new O-Side optic. Go to glockstore.com/VIP to grab those tickets. That is Friday, August 7th. There's even more O-Side events on Saturday the 8th with hands-on range time, great giveaways, exclusive in-store discounts, free O-Side swag, and a whole lot more. It is O-Side August at the Glock store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. 8:58. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:59.
What did I say?
58.
What F?
We got my son. It was Bishop's birthday yesterday. We got him a clock for his birthday for his bedroom, and he was very excited about it.
Really?
It was one of those drip clocks. So it's got the drip. It's got a little bit of Riz. I can get you one.
That's okay. I don't need a clock. I got my phone. Yes.
Notice how you're not denying you might need some drip or Riz.
I don't know what any of that is, but it sounds like a cleanup on aisle 12. That's what it sounds like.
That's what all the kids are doing.
Dripping and risen?
They're dripping and they're risen, baby.
Okay. As long as they don't drip or riz in the wrong place, then I think they're okay.
You can only drip or riz where it's appropriate.
Yes, or do it on a pallet of dog food at a Lebanon Walmart.
Guy was naked in a Walmart.
What?
Yeah, guy. They found a guy naked laying on a pallet of dog food in Walmart.
Yeah, in Lebanon.
Jay, how did you phrase that earlier?
I don't recall.
I've never been naked in a Walmart, but I would imagine there's more comfortable places to lay.
Do you know how many clothes the guy could have put on?
They sell futons.
They sell futons. You know what? They sell sweatpants.
They apprehended him in the clothing section.
Correct.
Maybe he was trying to right the wrong.
Maybe. Anyway, Chris Hand is next. You want to talk about what you're going to do coming up?
I'm not going to pretend that I am upset about the passing of Lindsey Graham. We'll honor the dead, but we'll also talk about the record.
That and a whole lot more straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.